Good evening. We are excited to be together, all 7 counselors, for the first time in a very long time tonight. And we're excited to actually have people, residents here in the chambers tonight. This is great. We would like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council to order. Today is Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. The time is approximately 5:30 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in person, as I mentioned, for the first time in a long time, although we are still allowing comment remotely via Zoom or telephone call-in, and we'll be doing that for quite some time to come. Members of the public may continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. The mayor, councilor, city staff, and any presenters are participating in the council chamber, or in some cases by using Zoom webinar. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over, but vaccines are available, and we encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated. We encourage all people to protect themselves and others by following the protocols set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web and on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking, so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. As I mentioned, we have all 7 council members here with us in person tonight. The opening prayer tonight will be offered by Landon Johnson.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for this day, for the opportunity to be gathered here in our wonderful city, in our wonderful country. We ask for a blessing on those serving here tonight and throughout the city. We pray for guidance and inspiration for the council and those presenting to be provided with adequate information and to be able to make informed and proper decisions today. Again, we thank thee for all that we have and say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be provided by Chris Blendinger.
Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item that we have tonight is a presentation commending Deputy Chief Jeremy Headman for completing the National Fire Academy Executive Fire Officer Program and receiving the Executive Fire Officer Designation. And this item will be presented by Chief James McGill.
Chair Sewell, members of the City Council, we are so grateful to be here tonight to have the opportunity to recognize and to celebrate the achievements of our city's leaders. And I want to tell you just a little bit about this recognition. The United States Fire Administration is in Emmitsburg, Maryland. It is for the United States and its territories. It is the pinnacle of fire service education, fire service rules and regulations. The U.S. Fire Administration has had a huge role in the advancement of fire safety and fire departments throughout the country. The educational arm of the U.S. Fire Administration is the National Fire Academy. It is also on the campus of the United States Fire Administration, and they educate thousands, both on campus and through satellite programs. They educate thousands of firefighters throughout, like I said, the country and its territories. The pinnacle of the National Fire Academy for fire service leaders is the Executive Fire Officer Program. What we call the EFO is an opportunity for a fire service leader. First of all, it's a competitive entry process. There are hundreds of thousands of fire service professionals in the United States, and about 100 each year make it through the Executive Fire Officer Program. You go through a competitive process to be selected, and then after you are selected, it's a 4-year commitment where you have a residency at the National Fire Academy. Now, Chief Headman was back there 3 times, and the 4th time, COVID kept him close to home, but he spent a lot of time in front of Zoom. But after 2 weeks of intense schooling, you return home, and your assignment in the next 6 months is an applied research project. And that project is also extremely extensive, and it is supposed to focus on something in your community, your fire department, your city that can be enhanced. And it is all facets of how that would happen. The 4th year, you take the 3rd year paper and you present it to a body of professors, a body of people in education at the National Fire Academy, the U.S. Fire Administration. It is something that many would like to be a part of. Few get a chance to be a part of, and then the rigors of it. Oftentimes, it's difficult for people to finish. Deputy Chief Jeremy Headman has been with Provo Fire and Rescue for 26 years. He was born and raised in Provo, and he's 2nd generation. Actually, his father retired as a deputy chief with Provo Fire and Rescue. He has served at all ranks in the organization as an engineer, a captain, a battalion chief. And for my tenure, he has been the deputy chief of the fire department. And I cannot tell you, they're just noisy. I cannot tell you how much that has meant to me in my career here, to have a deputy chief that knows and loves this city and loves this fire department like Chief Headman does. He in 2014 he received his bachelor's degree in Emergency Services Administration from Utah Valley University. And he has spent 13 years as a fire instructor at the Utah Fire and Rescue Academy. He is married and has 4 beautiful children. One of them's away at school, and I didn't actually get a chance to shake her hand, so I apologize for that. But if I could, I'd like to ask Chief Headman to come forward. The U.S. Fire Administration and the National Fire Academy, in recognition of successful completion of the requisite courses in study and applied research projects, the National Fire Academy, under the authority granted by the 116th Congress of the United States of America, and on recommendation of the faculty, confers the title of Executive Fire Officer upon Brett Jeremy Headman, with all honors, privileges, and responsibilities thereof appertaining, awarded this 3rd day of April 2021 by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I'd like to congratulate him and present this to him.
Thank you. I couldn't have done this without my family. I want to thank my oldest daughter, couldn't be here, and my middle son has just had his tonsils out, so he's not here. But my little one, Max, and my middle daughter, Paige, and my wonderful wife, Jenny, I couldn't have done it without their support. And it's an honor and a privilege to serve the community of Provo. Like Chief said, I love Provo. I've lived here. I grew up here. I live out of the city now, but have served here for 26 years. Phenomenal 26 years. I work with the most amazing people I could even imagine, and we have an outstanding fire department. Just want you to know that they are top-notch, the best in the state, and I really appreciate this. And thank you, Chief. Working with you for the last 5 years, it's been a learning experience for me on a daily basis, and I truly appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
I almost forgot, these are for my wife.
Thank you, Chief. We very much appreciate your service to the city and congratulate you on this accomplishment. One thing I wanted to mention before we go on to our next presentation, I was excited to mention that we had all 7 counselors here, but I wanted to finish introducing everyone else that's up here on the dais. We have our Council Executive Director, Cliff Strachan here, City Attorney Brian Jones, and we do have 2 branches of government here in Provo. We have Mayor Kafusi here and our Chief Administrative Officer, Wayne Parker, here with us. First time we've all been together like it was in the good old days. So we'll now move on to the next item. We're, I think, all eager and interested to hear about what the Provo Freedom Festival is doing this year. We've missed last year some of those wonderful events that weren't able to be held. So we look forward to this presentation by Paul Warner, Freedom Festival Director. And
it's been so long since we've been here. We've made some changes at the Freedom Festival. So I'm Jim Evans. I'm the executive director. I started in 2019 summer and Paul retired then, but I've had a whole long ramp up period because we couldn't even run anything last year. So it's people wonder why I killed the festival. I promise I didn't. It was COVID, not me. But Paul, of course, you all know Paul ran this for 13 years and did an amazing job. And we have a little tribute we surprised him with and put it in the magazine. In fact, I'm going to send these around here. We've got copies.
While he's doing that, I think all of you know we do need to cooperate. And so I'm from Provo, Jim's from Orem, but we haven't held that against him. We've tried, but it hasn't worked.
They've tried. They've tried. So what we're going to do is Paul's going to take a minute and just talk about some of the events that have taken place. And then I'll talk about some of the things yet to come, and then we'll just see what questions you have as well, if that's all right. So I'll let Paul go ahead and speak.
Thank you. It is good to be here again, and thank you for your support. I wanted to tell the chief, without the fire and the police support, this would not take place. We met the other day with the traffic people over at the building on, 9th South and 1300 or 3rd West, and we really appreciate what they do to make sure the traffic moves somewhat smoothly after stadium of fire. And of course, they're happy to do it because it's a warm up to football season, and that gives them an idea of what it's going to be like with football. But you have the magazine in front of you. On the very first page, we have a list of all the activities that we are involved with. And again, there's a lot of cooperation that goes on with Provo City and with Orem, with, for example, the National Day of Prayer, the great relationship that goes on with the Association of Clergy here in the Utah County. The Hope of America, we couldn't have done it without Scott Henderson. This year we couldn't do it in the Marriott Center, and so we ended up in the park, in Rock Canyon Park, and had about 2,000 to 3,000 people up there with singing the hymns. And if you weren't there, we had a helicopter fly over and dropped about $2,000 worth of candy, and the kids went totally nuts. It was interesting to see the helicopter fly over, and the kids just followed that helicopter. And we had the candy bomber there, and he's 101 now, and just amazing for them to give him a standing ovation as he came and greeted the young people there that night. The Memorial Day service, again, thanks to Provo City and all of you, we had a great event there. We have had a few interesting comments about it, but we managed to get through that, didn't we, Mayor? Maybe not. So again, no, these are great events, great opportunity for people to say thank you for our patriotism, for the soldiers that have given their life. And then the last thing that I'll mention specifically, the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, and we appreciate Councilman Fillmore, his law firm sponsors that particular event. But the young lady, some of you I know were there, but if you missed it, the young lady that gave the speech knocked it out of the park in terms of her appreciation for America and the importance of worshiping God appropriately. And then the young ladies that played the Stars and Stripes Forever on the piano knocked it out of the park too. And then Joe Cannon's message that we need to we'll get it online, but he talked about the issues that had to happen in Europe to make possible what happened in America with the Constitution. And if things hadn't happened in a certain order, in a certain way, it wouldn't have happened. That he said, I want you to know God's hand was in it. There is no way anybody could look at all those events and not know that God's hand is what brought about our Constitution. And that's what we're here for. So those we've had, and Jim, here we go.
I might mention, we aren't dumb. Paul is now on our board of trustees, so he continues to help and serve. And I think he goes anywhere I need him to, and he's not even on the payroll anymore. So it's the best of all worlds. So but grateful for Paul, what he does. Just a couple of things we have coming up. You can look at all the activities, but the gala, the county is going to let us have full tables at the gala again there at the convention center. And we have, you can read about them here, but we have President Allen Oaks is being honored with their Freedom Medal. We have 5 sisters that have all served different branches of the military being honored. Leonard Bagala, who helped with the refugee programs here in this area. And so we're honoring them with that. That's on the 1st, Thursday, the 1st of July. We're going to have a parade this year. Thank you for, we've worked on all the permits, Wayne, I think, and all of you. I think the permits have gone through. We're working on that, but we're excited to be able to have a parade this year. And we've got some of the same things with some new things. We've got a large horse group coming down from Idaho that we've paid to bring down, and it will be very spectacular added to that this year. We'll have the large balloons, we'll have marching bands, we'll have all the other things. So that'll be on the 5th, the holiday. Stadium of Fire. We're going to have a Stadium of Fire this year. Last year, we had to disappoint a lot of family traditions. We couldn't hold that. As you know, we're grateful that your city and staff supported us with the 3 simultaneous fireworks displayed. 2 of the 3 were in Provo, and we really appreciate working with the fire department, police. We're able to do that last year, but people miss being in the stadium. And this year, we're thrilled that it's our 40th anniversary of the Stadium of Fire this year. We have not 1, but 2 headliners. We have Lee Greenwood. You all know one of the songs she sings, God Bless USA, but he does for others. We have Colin Ray. We have a group called Nitro Circus, which was born in Utah Motorcycle Thrill Act, which actually does the flips and the ramps, not the BMX bikes, but the motorcycles. We have Millennial Choir will be singing. We have the dancers. We have the fireworks, the 23rd Army Band. Hill Air Force Base is going to do the flyover this year. So I know people look forward to that, the parachutists and all the other things with Stadium of Fire. So that'll be taking place. The run, I think we'll have about 4,500 runners for the Freedom Run on that Monday morning, the 5th as well. It'll end there at the Kiwanis Park where it usually does. And so we're just so excited this year. There's people have been calling for months and months. Are you going to have a Freedom Festival? Are you going to have events? Can we do that? And so we're just grateful for all the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers here in your community that allow us to run this Freedom Festival. And we're so excited to promote the values of God, family, freedom, and country. So patriotic service. This is something we've never done before this way. Because the Marriott Center, they're renovating the floor in the Marriott Center. We can't have the patriotic service there this year. So BYU agreed to let us use the set from the Saturday night, the 3rd, and on the 4th of July at 8 p.m., open to the public, free, will be a patriotic service in Lavelle Edwards Stadium. We're going to have the Millennial Choir and Orchestra. We're going to have a talk by Elder Tad Callister. And so we're going to have the speech winner of this year's speech contest from the Freedom Festival as well. So that'll be at 8 p.m. in the Lavelle Edwards Stadium that night on July 4th. So everyone's invited. So with that, we'd ask if there's any questions for Paul and I that anyone has. By the way, next year, we'll have a video again like we like to show. This year, we didn't have a video because we didn't have things to show for last year. So anyway, that's why we won't have that this year. But just any questions that anyone has this year about the festival.
All right. Thank you very much. We so much appreciate the service you and your organization have rendered to the city and really this whole area over these past decades. So
Thank you. Thank you. We're thrilled that it gets to happen this year. So thank you very much.
We haven't forgotten it's America's Freedom Festival at Provo.
Thanks, we remember that. And we'll also, for those that we usually also a lot of times they'll bring the ticket packets here for those that like to get tickets from our office of the gala and other things. We're just finalizing that now. We'll bring that by the city for those that wanted those. So thank you.
thank you. We're now ready for public comment. And I believe staff has a video.
Yes, before we play the video really applies to members of the public who are watching and wanting to participate on Zoom. The rest of you in the public here, if you want to speak, you'll come to the podium when the time comes.
There are 3 types of items for which public comment will be received. The first is the open public comment period. The council will allow up to 15 minutes for public comments on matters that do not appear on tonight's agenda. The second is for items that require a public hearing. For these items, time will be provided for all those who wish to speak. The third is for items on the agenda that do not require a public hearing. The council will allow up to 15 minutes for comments on each item. Because the city council is meeting virtually using Zoom webinar, and this meeting is being broadcast on the Provo City Council's YouTube channel, we have enabled telephone access to receive public comment, the numbers for which will be shown on screen during the meeting. When a caller is connected, they will be required to enter the meeting ID and enter the pound sign. When asked for a personal ID number, enter pound. The caller will now enter the meeting as an attendee and will be able to hear the meeting while muted. Similarly, we have enabled access for persons wanting to connect via computer to the Zoom meeting. As attendees, you can raise your hand electronically at the appropriate times to comment when called upon. For telephone callers, when you wish to speak on an item being discussed, press *9 to raise your hand and then wait to be called upon. When called upon, press *6 to unmute yourself. Attendees will be called upon by the last 4 digits of the listed phone number or by the name listed. Please provide your name and city of residence before making your comments. You will be given up to 2 minutes to speak. A timer will be posted on screen and a beep should be audible when your time is up. A reminder that there is a lag of approximately 30 to 60 seconds between the meeting and the broadcast. To avoid confusion, callers should mute the broadcast to hear the discussion in real time. The open public comment period starts now.
Are there any members of the public that have a comment that does not relate to items that are on the agenda for tonight?
And there are no hands up in the attendees list.
All right, seeing none.
There are 3 types.
We will close public comment and move on to our next agenda item. This is an implied motion on a public hearing on transferring utility revenues to the general fund and other funds. See, actually, is there a motion on this? No, there's no implied motion on this.
No.
Right. If any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, they are encouraged to call in or sign in now. And this item will be presented by David Mortensen, our budget officer.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. It's great to be here with all of you after a little over a year being just on a screen. So 2 weeks ago in the work meeting, we discussed this item. I wanted, for the benefit of those that weren't able to participate in that meeting, read the notice that was sent out to utility customers regarding transfers from the utility funds to other funds. So bear with me while I read that. State law requires that Provo City provide an annual disclosure of funds transferred from the utility enterprise funds to other funds The following paragraphs explain the various transfers from enterprise funds to other funds in the proposed 2022 budget. Historically, Provo has budgeted for the transfer of 10% of utility fund revenues to the general fund as a dividend to Provo taxpayers as the result of the taxpayers' investment in the city's utility infrastructure. These funds are used each year to help cover the costs of important city services like police, fire, parks, and recreation, and other city functions. The utility transfer, together with franchise fees, helps keep property taxes in Provo low. If city utility services were provided by private utility owners, these dividends would instead be paid to investor owners. Because Provo taxpayers are the investor owners, these dividends are used to offset what otherwise would be a significant increase in property tax rates. The 10% transfer totals $11,907,231 in the proposed 2022 budget. Since 2013, a 1% transfer from utility fund revenues has been transferred to the general fund to be used to enhance available funding for road maintenance. The 2022 budget proposes that $1,190,723 be transferred to the general fund. It is more cost-effective and operationally efficient for certain administrative functions such as legal, human resources, information technology, and finance to be administered on a citywide basis. Transfers from the funds receiving the benefit of these administrative services to the general fund totaling $1,258,504 have been included in the proposed 2022 budget. A resolution was passed on November 15th, 2011, allowing for an energy rate increase for telecom debt service fee. These fees provided funding for telecom debt service payments. The transfer to telecom debt service funds totals $3,250,000 in the proposed 2022 budget. Provo City is in the process of implementing a citywide system known as Provo 360. The system will benefit residents, customers, and all departments of the city. The proposed 2022 budget includes transfers of $894,190 to the Provo 360 fund. A transfer of $583,820 from the wastewater fund to the water fund has been included in the 2022 proposed budget. The transfer is a reimbursement for management services provided to the wastewater fund by the water fund. The notice also includes a table that outlines all of the transfers, gives all the numbers from the 5 utility funds to various other funds. The public hearing is required by state code, is what we're holding tonight. With that, I'll answer any questions that council might have.
Councilor Shipley.
Just a quick question on the telecom debt service. When the debt service expires here in 3 or 4 or 5 years, does that automatically end that transfer, or is that something that we'll have to review?
I believe that goes away.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. We'll now open this item for a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment? I'm not seeing anyone here or in the online attendees list indicating that they wish to comment. So we will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Seeing none, we will move on to the next item, which is item number 4, which is an implied motion on an ordinance adopting a budget for Provo City for the fiscal year beginning July 1st in the amount of approximately $303 million. If any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. If you're not here in person, this item will be presented by David Mortensen.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I should have stayed close. So the number for the Provo City budget that's in the agenda and shown on the screen now is before any adjustments over the last couple of weeks. So those adjustments were discussed earlier in the working session. The new total that should be reflected in the proposed budget ordinance is $304,140,333. I'd also mention that the updated version of the budget document is on the city's website for anybody that wants to access that and review it. You just go to provo.org, go to departments, finance, and then under finance reports, there's budget reports, and it would be the very top one, the 2022 budget. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have about the Provo City budget.
Mr. Hogan.
Might be good to just recognize for anyone who's watching, it sounds like there isn't anyone, that we have talked a lot about the budget. So we're not just flippantly allowing this to be approved. So
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Yeah, what, a couple of months now we've been delving into it?
Since January is when we start. So,
yeah. Thank you. Mr. Harding.
In the work meeting, we discussed some language, in particular for the disaster recovery fund. Is that incorporated into this document, or is that incorporated somewhere else?
It should be in there. John, do you have the ordinance to put up? Following the motion in the work session, we went into the on-base ordinance and added that. If you can scroll down to part 10. Really part 10 is mostly the same as it was. We added to part 11, the creation and and maintenance of the special fund known as the Local Government Disaster Fund. And then the first paragraph talks about the 10% of revenue surplus being used to fund it. And the third paragraph of that part talks about 20% of what remains from the expenditure surplus, that half of which is used in part 10 to fund the innovation fund and the employee recognition fund, also funding the local government disaster fund.
Mr. Harding.
And so the language that we're looking at right now actually applies to the fiscal year 2020, 2021 budget, or does the language you're looking at here apply to the?
So if you scroll back up and look at part 10, you can go up a little bit higher, John or Michael, or because you're passing that now, but the calculation as to what the revenue and the expenditure differentials are calculated on is based on the budget year that is now ending.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you'll see that reflected in part 10 where it says the balance as of June 30th, 2021.
if I could just backtrack a tiny bit, something I should have mentioned in my part of my presentation, the ordinance also does list the certified tax rates as discussed in the work meeting earlier today. And another part of the budget ordinance, one of the exhibits is consolidated fee schedule changes. So the adoption of this ordinance would also adopt those proposed changes.
Thank you.
I just have a quick comment.
Sure.
So I was asked recently, what's maybe the most interesting thing that I've learned since I've been on the council, and what did you want to accomplish when you came on the council? And I ran to look at the finances, right, and to be the financial guy in the council. I told this person that it's kind of a letdown because our finance department's doing a great job, and John Borgett and yourself, I mean, you guys are professional. You do a great job. Right. The city's in really good hands financially. So I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
It has to be the next fiscal year budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. This item is open. We'll now open this item for a public hearing. If there's any members of the public that would like to comment, this is your opportunity. See, I can't see the online attendee list. Is there anyone that has a hand raised? I can't see the online attendee list. Are there any hands raised remotely? Okay. Seeing no public comment, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the council for any discussion. I should note, this is actually the second of two public hearings that we've had on the budget. The first one was held on June 1st. And tonight we'll be considering final adoption of the budget for the next fiscal year. Is there any discussion on the budget? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
So does the implied motion apply to the ordinance that's on the screen?
It does, because there was already a motion in the previous meeting to make those changes. So this is the subject of the implied motion.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll call for a vote then. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. If there is no objection, we will now recess the Provo Municipal Council meeting and reconvene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo Governing Board by unanimous consent.
Great. Item number 5 with the Redevelopment Agency of the Provo Governing Board is a resolution authorizing the Chief Executive Officer to sign an exclusive right to negotiate agreement with McWhinney Real Estate Development. This will be presented by David Walter.
I think y'all a little faster than he expected. So let me just check if, see if he's outside, and if not, then we may need to request. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Redevelopment Agency Board, thank you. The item before you tonight is to ask for approval of an exclusive negotiating agreement with McWhinney Development out of Denver, Colorado. For the development of this block once the city vacates it. So as part of that process, we asked all the respondents to consider a lease or a purchase of the property and what it would look like, and to give us their best idea. So we got eight qualified respondents. We went through the process and we narrowed it down after due consideration. We selected McWhinney Development out of Denver, Colorado. They have been instrumental in the redevelopment of the Union Station as well as the dairy block in downtown Denver. The item before you tonight is to request the approval of the exclusive negotiating agreement with McWhinney, as well as to appropriate $100,000 from the Redevelopment Agency fund balance to help pay for a portion of the studies that are going to be done in support of this project. McWhinney anticipates that they would spend about $350,000 over the next 270 days as they go through their process and determining what can and can't be built, what the market would support. And we are proposing that the agency spend $100,000, contribute $100,000 to that $350,000. In exchange, we would get all of the reports, all of the documentation at the end of the process, as well as the ability to pay ourselves back after the project is complete out of the tax increment that would be generated on the project. I have representatives of McWhinney here tonight, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Trey Rigby and Kirsty Greer from McWhinney, who are here to talk a little bit about what they have done in Colorado and how their process is going to look moving forward, and engaging with the community to get input from them.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Trey Rigby with McWhinney, and I thought, so David, thanks for the intro. I thought what I might do is real briefly talk about the company as a whole, not necessarily project specific here. And because I think there's some really unique characteristics of McWhinney, kind of set us apart from other companies. It's a 30-year-old company, still privately owned by the two founders and brothers, Chad and Troy McWhinney. And what's really unique about the company is we develop all product types, so multifamily, hospitality, office, industrial, retail, and we also hold for the long term. So every project that we develop and design and finance, we do so with, we call it a forever hold in mind. So we fully intend to own projects indefinitely. Over the course of 30 years, the company has obviously sold some assets, but for the most part, we hold for the long term. And I think that's really important as we look for partnerships like this with the city of Provo or others, in that we really do believe this is a partnership. We think the success is a win-win for all groups, and we will make decisions early on, again, in design, in financing, and leasing, fully expecting to own that property for decades. Meaning, we may do things upfront from a placemaking perspective, from a community perspective that, if it was strictly pro forma driven, wouldn't drive the highest return in the shortest number of years. But that's okay, because we're looking at this as a 30, 40, 50-year hold versus trying to do decisions in 2 or 3 years to build it, sell it, and move on to the next project. So that's a bit about the company and really our philosophy, and the same philosophy that we're going to bring to Provo with this redevelopment. Any questions on that? And I think Kirsty can get into a little bit more project specific.
Are there any questions from the council or from the board?
Cool, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Definitely have to lower that. So I just want to talk a little bit about.
Will you tell us your name into the mic?
I'm sorry, Kirsty Greer with McWhinney. Just talk a little bit about our process, and I think that's what sort of brought us together, City of Provo and McWhinney, and that is one of a lot of collaboration. We sort of pride ourselves on the fact that we don't do things alone. We don't endeavor to do developments alone. And everything with McWhinney is about having the right stakeholders at the table. In this case, it will be the city, it will be members of the community, and it will be all the right consultants to bring really the best placemaking, community engagement, and long-term success of a development. I do have some slides up there that I just want to talk through quickly. The intent was really to outline the process over the 270 days. Starting with the fact that we were informally awarded the project in January. Today and tomorrow, really, we hope is the approval of the ENA and the commencement of the sort of formal community outreach process and the negotiations of the JDA. We see the next few months in terms of really intense design work, placemaking work, community outreach involving things like websites, public surveys, any and every way we can come up with to get community feedback and input so that this is really the collaborative process that we got chosen to run. So we hope to have a finalized concept plan that's been informed by all of that feedback around August. We then will take that concept plan, we will use it to inform the JDA, to inform whatever arrangements need to be made between the city and McWhinney in terms of ownership, in terms of participation. And so ideally by the end of the year, we have this agreement in place and we can move the project forward apace and really get the building demoed, get the project started, and make things happen. If you want to flip slides. So I just want to take everybody through our means of outreach website, as I mentioned, which will have a survey. We talked to David earlier today about having a presence at a 4th of July event, having flyers to pass out, making sure people know there's a QR code. They can find the website, they can offer feedback and input, and any further meetings and presentations that council deems appropriate or staff deems appropriate, we're here to take your advice and take your input about who needs to be reached out to. Just up there is some meetings we've already had scheduled or we've already had, a long list of folks whose input we want and whose input we've gotten. With a question, who are we missing? We want to make sure everyone who needs to be heard is heard. And then the question of further presentations to council, public meetings, Zoom meetings, whatever we decide is really needed to get that input and that feedback. Next slide. So just want to give you kind of an outline of who our team is with regard to the studies and the work that has to be done over the next period of 270 days. We've engaged a design team of Triba Architects, Design Workshop, and Kinley Horn as a civil engineer. We have market research firms that we've engaged, including the Hoffman Group and a local shop called, his name's Robert Benton. And we have a vast broker network too that we hope to tap into to tell us what'll work, what won't work from a marketability standpoint. We have a site investigation plan that will include a geotechnical report, a building assessment, all the things we need to pay someone to help us figure out what could go wrong, what's here already, how to cater a plan, though it's conceptual, to what could actually work, to what's reasonable and practical. And then just the list of the internal McWhinney team that will be kind of day-to-day on the JDA negotiations, running the team, running the process, the complaints department, should any complaints come up. So that's us. And that's sort of our plan, our intent anyway.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? All right. Are there any comments from the public? If anyone is online, now is the time to call in if you'd like to comment on this item. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. All right, we'll open this up to discussion with the RDA governing board. Mr. Fillmore.
The matter before us is basically simple appropriation of $100,000 to contribute to the various studies to be conducted. Is that right? In our work session discussion this morning, the committee folks outlined a variety of studies, which frankly could be fascinating for us to see what others think about Provo and our potential. We look forward to that, and as the council knows, we will have rights to all those studies and under any circumstances. Is this an implied motion matter? Okay. I'm all in favor of it and urge council to move forward.
Any further comments? Mr. Sewell?
Just wanted to say I'm really excited about this. I know that we had a very robust RFP process, some really good companies involved, and I'm really confident in our team that evaluated that and that they have picked a great company to work with. I was very pleased with what I've seen today, and I like the long-term philosophy and the partnership philosophy. So I'm all in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban.
I expressed some concerns in the work meeting and I appreciate the time everyone took to address those. I think what has kind of helped me be comfortable with the investment is it's an investment on our part in a partnership. It gives us more ownership over this process and more input, and instead of just turning this over to a developer to hopefully put something together that works out, we're going to have more input and be more included in this process, and again create that partnership. So appreciate that. We'll have that going forward.
Any other comments from the board? All right. Seeing none, I will move forward with a roll call. Wait, we don't need a roll call, do we? Okay, well, we're not going to roll call. We'll move forward with a vote on the implied motion. All those in favor? Okay. Seeing none opposed, that passes unanimously. Our next item on the agenda is a resolution adopting a budget for the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City Corporation for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. This will be presented by not John Borgett.
Correct. Thank you, Chair Ellsworth. So I don't have a lot to add than what's already been said regarding the proposed budget. There have been no proposed changes from the adopted tentative budget to tonight. So the amount of the proposed budget for the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City remains at $1,184,648. And tonight is the second of two public hearings. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Are there any questions regarding the budget?
Thank you.
Okay. If there's any members of the public watching online that would like to call in, please do so now. If there's any members of the public here that would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing none online and none here for this public hearing, we will move forward with the council discussion. This is the second of two public hearings. Are there any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward with the implied motion. All those in favor? Okay, seeing none opposed, that is a unanimous vote for this motion. Moving to item number 7, a resolution regarding a parking sublicense agreement between the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City, Provo Housing Authority, Norco, Vista, and 85 North Condominium Association. There are any members watching online who would like to call in, please do so now. This item will be presented by Mr. David Walter.
He just likes making entrances today, doesn't he?
I don't get a chance to make grand entrances very often, so thank you. We were conferring with the McWhinney folks just now. So this item is a resolution between the agency to consider approving a sublease of parking in the Wells Fargo parking structure. So a little bit of background on that. In 2003, there was a joint development agreement for the construction of the Wells Fargo parking structure. The agency contributed some funding as well as helped assemble the property to make that happen. Through the subsequent years, that property went into receivership. There was some different owners that came through. And so at the end of the day, the agency wound up with the right to designate a certain number of spaces within the structure. However, we did not own the spaces, and you would still have to work with the property owner to make that happen. When the 63 East project was developed, there was a similar development that was proposed for 80 East, which would have been the corner of First East and First North. The developer opted not to proceed with that, but in the process, he went ahead and entered into a contract for a certain number of those spaces. The developer, Forge Development, has subsequently sold that project to the Provo City Housing Authority. The Provo City Housing Authority is going to develop it with a number of uses that require a certain number of different investment vehicles to make that, funding vehicles to make that happen. As a result of our participation, the agency has the right to approve any sublease of those units. And the item before you tonight is asking for approval of about 41. I thought Mr. Vernon was here. Sorry. I have no backup.
I think he's online or is trying to be. Yeah.
So he's asking for the agency to approve that sublease agreement with some of his partners. So that's my presentation, and I'm available for any comment, question.
Mr. Vernon's hand is raised if you want him to talk.
Online. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll hear from him. Can we take it after this?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. It is 41 spaces, but this is our project. 85 North is a 7-story building with 74 units. 44 units will be for seniors 62 and over, and 30 units are for families, but we have a preference first for adults with autism, and then we have a preference for families who have a family member who is disabled. And so in developing this building, we are worked out a deal with the city where we're required to have 38 spaces. The Provo City Housing Authority added 3 spaces to develop 2 ADA spaces for this building. And so we have 41 spaces in total. This is a parking license that the city approved, went through this process, and they approved when we purchased the property 18 months ago. Nothing has changed since then, and we are simply asking to distribute 41 of the 120 spaces that we have in the Wells Fargo parking garage to this project, which the city's already approved. We have a building permit, and we are ready to close this deal and move forward with the building. And I can answer any questions anybody has.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Shibley?
Just how long term is the lease? What is the lease term?
99 years is what the current term will be once everything is signed by Norco Vista.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I have a question for staff. Were the legal issues that were reviewed in this contract, were they resolved? Was there a positive recommendation from the legal department?
Yes, I think all the items have been resolved. The main issue was that the documents for today weren't received until late Thursday night, so we weren't able to look at them until Monday morning, and they referenced a number of other agreements that we didn't actually have. And there was some confusion about some of the documents didn't seem to be consistent about the way they named some of the entities. But together with Mr. Vernon and with legal counsel that he's been working with, we've worked through all of those issues over the last day and a half.
Okay, thank you. That was Mr. Brian Jones, the city attorney. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will open this for public comment. Is there anyone in the room or online who would like to comment on this? Okay, seeing none. Now we can open this up to board discussion. Is anyone on the board interested in continuing this item to a future meeting, as we did not get the full documentation until very recently? No, looks like that's not the case.
My only concern would be whether our attorneys in the city are now comfortable with the document, or whether or not you need our tentative approval subject to your review.
Can you scroll down, John or Michael? You'll notice that the way the ordinance is drafted, because there was still some emails going back and forth just a couple hours ago about some really minor technical issues. And I haven't actually spoken with Camille Williams. I believe that those are resolved, but in any event, the way the resolution is drafted is actually for you to approve the proposal and to authorize us to finalize the document. So they don't have to be perfect at this moment. We have the chance to still review them and make technical edits tomorrow if we need to.
Great.
I'll just add a comment that these applications that come in at very last minute, that must be approved immediately with some expediency. They give me a lot of heartburn because the board or the council does not have enough time to review them. So my hope is that staff and the council leadership will help us manage some of these applications so that we get them with enough time to properly review them. Thank you. All right, we will move on to an implied motion. All those in favor? Okay, that is unanimous in favor of the implied motion. All right, if there are no objections, we will adjourn the redevelopment agency of the Provo Governing Board and reconvene as the Stormwater Service District Governing Board by unanimous consent. If anyone opposes, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. First item of business for the Stormwater Service District of Provo Governing Board is item number 8, a public hearing on transferring stormwater fund revenues to general fund and ERP debt service. If any members of the public would like to comment on this item remotely, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. This item will be presented by David Mortensen, our budget officer.
Thank you. I'm back. So I won't reread the utility notice. All the numbers that I read previously included the stormwater district as well. But I'll just let you know that the stormwater portion of the transfers totals $777,483 by state code, because the stormwater district is a separate entity. A separate public hearing for the transfers is required. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. We'll open this item for a public hearing. I don't see any hands raised online or anyone up at the podium here, so we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the council for any discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion. Wait a minute, there's no implied motion on this one, is there? Okay, so we will move on to item number 9, which is an implied motion on a resolution adopting a budget for the Provo City Stormwater Service District in the amount of approximately $5 million for the next fiscal year. If any members of the public would like to comment remotely, we encourage you to call in or sign in now. This will be presented by David Mortensen. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. There is a small change to the amount of this proposed budget. It was discussed earlier in the work meeting today, insurance rate premium increase. The effect to the stormwater district was $2,923. So the new proposed budget amount for the stormwater district is $5,071,861. And I'll take any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mortensen. We'll now open this item for a public hearing. Not seeing anyone indicating a desire to comment, so we'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the council for any discussion. Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? And this item passes unanimously. If there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Stormwater Service District Governing Board and reconvene as the Provo Municipal Council by unanimous consent. That brings us to item number 10, which is a resolution, an implied motion on a resolution adopting the Provo City Fire and Rescue Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover. If any members of the public would like to comment remotely on this item, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. This item will be presented by Chief Jim Miguel of our fire department.
Good evening, Chair Sewell, members of the City Council. Again, thank you for having me back. And also, I didn't get a chance to thank you for the recognition of Chief Headman. I appreciate that very much. And I know he and his family did also. A couple of weeks ago in the work session, Bill Boyd, the consultant that was hired from the Emergency Service Consulting International, he had an opportunity to present the findings of the community risk assessment. If you'll remember, about 9 months ago, you funded a study to answer a few questions. Throughout the last several budget years, I've been asked by the council, how is the fire department staffing? Where do we stand when it comes to providing fire protection? And there were references to the per capita numbers of firefighters, and we talked a lot about the fact that fire suppression, fire services are not necessarily done by per capita. They're done by our ability to arrive at a particular location in a timely fashion, the ability to do that without great duplication, meaning a drawdown in services, and the ability to put a certain number of firefighters on the scene of a fire, of a major fire within any fire within 10 minutes or less. And so I wasn't able to necessarily answer the questions that I was being asked without this study. I had a fairly good sense of where we stood, but I appreciate the opportunity to go through this. And our hope is that we can adopt this as a roadmap for the fire department as we continue to grow as a city and as we do some exciting things in the downtown. Okay. I thought that's blinking. Oh, wait, magic. Thank you. The analysis included just about every facet of the fire department. They weren't looking to evaluate every piece of the fire department, but they were looking for deficiencies. So this report really speaks to not the things we did right or do right, but it speaks to those things that where concerns arose. The study area was the incorporated city limits, including the areas in which it is proposed that we expand. And you can see that the city is covered by 5 fire stations, one of which has just an advanced life support ambulance. That is the one in the downtown. The others have a fire suppression unit and an ALS ambulance in them. And then we have a battalion chief on duty every day. And our minimum staffing every day is 19 personnel, including the battalion chief. The standards of cover basically take into consideration many things. One of the things that was studied was the density of the city currently and the density of the city in 5 to 10 years. We know that we are exploding in the downtown. We are not only adding a lot of people to the downtown, but we're adding a fairly unique fire problem to the downtown. We not only provide fire services, we provide advanced life support services. So as we build a 7-story building, as was just discussed, with 40 units that are senior citizen units, that causes us a unique perspective. We have a unique perspective on what that means to our ability to deliver service. So we looked at what was going to happen to the density, not only in the downtown, so a little bit to the northeast, but significantly to the west, both south and northwest, as our sewer treatment problems are resolved and as permits begin to be released in the west. We anticipate, obviously, as you do, a significant amount of growth and therefore a more significant fire problem and EMS problem. They looked at our number of incidents that we have, and they have been actually fairly stable. They went down a little bit in 2018, up a little bit in 2019, and actually decreased just a little bit in 2020. Nobody knew exactly what COVID was going to mean to us, but what it meant to us was people called 911 less. They were less anxious to go to the hospital. Hospitals were a little frightening, a frightening place. And so all the analysis that's been done, and as we've talked to fire service leaders throughout the country, everybody saw the same thing. They looked at our service demand. So as they took our call volume, on the left you have our EMS call volume, and you can see the darker the color, the more intense the number of calls per thousand are. And as you look at the study on the right, that has to do with fire calls. Again, the downtown and basically downtown west are the most intense areas for our call volume. As I said before you a couple of weeks ago, one of the big drivers for emergency services are socioeconomics. People who may not be insured, people who are more in need of community services, they're going to provide a higher demand on our services than those that are not necessarily in that position. So we have a significant need in the downtown, both for fire and EMS. The interesting thing on the right is that our fire problem, it does sit in the middle. It sits basically adjacent to Station 21, and Station 21 does not have a fire unit in it. It has an advanced life support ambulance that responds with Station 5, Station 3, and sometimes Station 4. But the first arriving unit doesn't have any hose, doesn't have any water, has no ability to take affirmative action on a working fire. Then they did a response time analysis, and basically our goal, we have a turnout time, we have an alarm time, a turnout time, and then a response time. And the goal there is to, in a perfect world, be on every doorstep in the city of Provo in 6 minutes or less if we took into account all of those. Actually, in the city of Provo, given our turnout time and the fire turnout time is a little bit greater than the EMS turnout time, because we've got 45 seconds worth of gear that we have to put on before we climb on the engine or truck. So this will show you where we can arrive out of those fire stations if they're in quarters and if there is no duplicate demand in that area. It shows you in yellow where we can arrive in that 6 minutes or less. The blue is where we can arrive in 8 minutes or less. And again, the studies show that we are available for the first call about 77%, or excuse me, we respond to the first call with the available resources about 77% of the time, and about 30% of the time the unit being dispatched is not the primary unit responding to that area. It's actually going in to cover the other unit. Then we have an effective response force. We have responsibilities that we have at every fire. First of all, to start making effective decisions at the fire, start deploying our resources to begin to combat the fire, to stop its spread, to make effective rescue if it's in fact necessary. And that effective response force is 16 people. There is, on a working fire, there is an assignment for the first 16 people that arrive. And if you remember what I said as I began, our minimum staffing is 18 firefighters and 1 battalion chief. So on a working fire, everybody but one station is dispatched. All units except for one unit is dispatched, and that's typically an ambulance that is not dispatched. Yes,
Chief, we have a question here from.
Sorry, I just had a question. It's more clear on the previous slide, but it looks like it's also just looking in my district and the Oak Hills neighborhood. And I'm wondering if one of the obstacles to that area does that have to do with Oakmont and that very steep hill that gets up?
The greatest obstacle is access. There is not into some of those homes, there is not the greatest of access, no direct route. You'll see that in order to get there from Station 22, there are some challenges, and Station 23, there are some challenges. But if those are in quarters, we will be there in 8 minutes or less.
Okay, thank you.
But you'll notice as you look at these maps, as you see the maps in your packet, you'll notice that those areas with clear response routes or with good north-south, good east-west access are obviously going to be our best response times. You'll notice that in the very far northeast, we have that same problem, and we have a few islands. A lot of that has to do with traffic, and they have a response formula that they use. They have all of our speed limits, they have our traffic patterns, they have all of that, and they're able to plug that in to this model. I would say that it's fairly accurate. I mean, obviously, time of day makes a big difference. Where our units are available, that makes a big difference. So the effective response force, our goal is to put on a working fire, our goal is to put 16 people on scene so that we can both effectively and safely make an efficient attack on a working fire. So this is one of the maps, and what they've done is they've taken there is a blue line from the station to the address, basically obviously a direct line to the address to demonstrate where the majority of our calls are, and also where we can see that there are some holes. We know that it is going to be difficult. We still have that Oak Hills area. We still have the Northeast area. Understanding that in a city that is designed like Provo and that is the shape of Provo, in order to probably provide that 6-minute coverage everywhere, we would have to redesign and probably add 2 fire stations. But the reality is that we have been extremely effective with what we have. And I believe if we continue to build on our resources, we can continue to, as long as we are not, as long as our call volume doesn't rise to the point where our system availability, our resource drawdown has great impact. You'll notice that Station 4 is sitting just west of the freeway there, and it is the only unit to the west. So as Station 4, as the sewer treatment issue is resolved and those permits are released and we develop the sports park and all of those things, you can imagine that we're going to have a significant increase in the number of requests for service in that area. So the general observations, and this is very simply, the report and the committee involved not only members of the fire department, the Firefighters Association, but involved all of our stakeholders within the city. And it involved Gary Winterton, who represented the community on this committee. As they asked, they interviewed some of you, they interviewed the mayor's office and many others. The fire department, its leadership has strong community support, recent significant growth, and the characteristics of this growth present challenges, and we've just talked about some of those. Commercial growth is taxing to the department's ability to reliably enforce the fire code. We have 3 members in our Fire Prevention Bureau, our fire marshal and 2 deputy fire marshals. The vast majority of their day is dealing with new construction inspections. There are literally dozens of inspections that need to be done on all of this major construction. When we look, I was actually going to see if I could do a count on the number of times that we will be in the new city building between the time that we broke ground and the time that it is actually approved, how many inspections the fire department will need to do on underground piping, all of the different sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, all of those things. So we don't have really the resources to go back into existing structures and to do a lot of maintenance work. We are committed to making sure that these buildings that are built are safe. The vast majority of our buildings, I will tell you, they are well maintained. People are making great investment in these buildings, and they are doing the things that we require them to do. A lot of them have building engineers, and those building engineers take care of the major parts of that. We can speak to a campus like BYU. BYU has an on-site fire marshal. They have some inspectors. While we are still responsible for making sure that that is done, they actually do the work. They do a tremendous job at the fire and life safety inspections on something like the BYU campus. And so that is a huge relief to us, because we are simply in all parts of the city inspecting new construction. The community has a culture of self-reliance. If you remember, he said that it is unusual for the call volume in a city our size to be what it is. And again, I think it has to do with our thought of self-reliance, and it also has to do with our socioeconomics. We have a fairly strong overall community, and there are communities our size that you would see literally 3 times the number of fire responses and 3 times or maybe 4 times the number of police responses, given a different circumstance. Financial prudence is a priority for the city and the fire department. We would like to believe, and we think we demonstrate, that we are good stewards of the tax dollar. So the short-term recommendations, and Councilmember Ellsworth, you actually asked this question, and the answer was incorrect that the consultant gave you. We specifically talked about the 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years, and that was unrealistic. We looked at the costs. We looked at how long it will take to get some of these things done. And so the correct answer should have been short-term, 2 years, midterm, 4 years, and long-term, 6 years, is thereabouts, because we just simply can't. We would need to make a little more, I think, a little more an investment that wouldn't be so intense. I've lost my terms, but the report made reference to our incident management records and the fact that they were difficult to decipher, and that is true. We have an older computer-aided dispatch system. We don't have the ability to timestamp some things that newer. We could typically timestamp the response time, the en route time, and the on scene time. We really can't timestamp the en route time. So basically, they're telling us that the better we're able to do that, and the more current our records management systems are, and our computer-aided dispatch systems are, the better information that we are going to get out of it. So they have told us that we really need to look at our systems, both CAD and records management systems. One of the problems was that as I was arriving, we were moving from one records management system to the other. And a few years after I got here, we moved to another records management system based on the state of Utah and how they accept our what's called national incident fire records. So they're recommending, and this was a big driver for this report, the relocation of Station 1 slightly west of its current location and increased staffing for an engine company. Basically, they saw the maps like we saw the maps, and they said that our closest unit to our biggest fire problem is not a fire engine. And with the amount of people that we are going to add to the downtown, the complexity of the new stuff that's being built, and the age of the older construction that exists here, in order to keep up with what is happening to us, we need to add a fire station. We need to add a fire resource into that fire station, and that has been the plan to make that presentation as we look to relocate Station 1, and it will be built with the idea in mind that sometime we will be able to restore that resource. Fully deploy a priority dispatch ProQA protocol and revise response models. What this means is that there are calls where basically we don't have the ability to really decipher how serious a medical call is. We can to some extent, but we send a fire engine and a fire ambulance to all of our EMS calls. With ProQA, as our call volume starts to increase, we need to triage those things better. ProQA is the national standard for how we triage those emergency calls. And while we go through that questioning, we can actually say, yep, that's just an ambulance. We don't need to dispatch 4 people to that. We can just dispatch an ambulance resource. What that does is, one, we respond with 1 unit. It leaves the fire resource in service so that in the event that there's a duplicate call at the same time, that fire resource is still available. This, as we begin to grow and as we get busier, this will be critical. And we have talked about this. We are looking for ways to fund this, grant programs, and potentially we may be before you with wildland, with a request of our wildland revenue this year that we actually accomplish this. The midterm recommendations, 2 to 4 years, establish and maintain a comprehensive commercial occupancy inventory. This is telling us that we need to do a better job at our existing inventory and not just worry about the new inventory and our inspection programs. We need to relocate Station 24, which is just west of the freeway, to or in proximity of the Provo Airport. We have an issue that is coming. And right now, anytime there's a commercial aircraft that flies in and out of the Provo Airport, the fire department needs to be on site. We are an FAA Part 139 airport, which means that if we don't have a piece of fire apparatus on scene, and on scene means within 3 minutes of the midpoint of the runway, if we don't have a resource there, then the FAA has huge issue with that. And there are fines. Ultimately, if we were not able to meet that, they could ultimately shut down the airport. We have always been able to meet that because we move out there. As we add potentially a dozen flights or so, the resource is not going to be able to just be moved out there. We're going to need some sort of a permanent resource out there because potential that flights could be leaving here at 6 a.m. and arriving here at midnight. And I guess that's our hope, is that we will have an incredibly successful airport that's going to impact our fire protection. Establish automatic gate agreements with Orem and Springville. Those are already underway. We have a great relationship with Orem Fire Rescue. They are a very similar fire agency, and anywhere where our cities bump up against each other, it is virtually always that we will have both Provo units and Orem units there. And if in fact we are at system drawdown, we have a working fire, we notify Orem. Orem sends us a resource or two into our city to cover. We do the exact same thing. And it works out well for those periods of time where we have significant call volume. Implement an engine company pre-fire plan and inspection program. Many fire departments send out engine companies to do pre-fire plans and do some of these inspections. It takes a significant amount of training, and this is a great idea. With our limited resources and the number of disciplines that we cover, we spend an awful lot of time training. Not to say we can't, and we will accomplish this. We will get our engine companies, we'll get our fire resources into those businesses more often, and even look at potential self-inspection programs for businesses so that we can provide direction. Where we have been over the last year and a half is that all of our time has been spent in the wildland urban interface. We have been striving to make a difference in the fire problem. And if we have to weigh those two, they don't even compare. The wildland urban interface is 100 times, 200 times the risk that we have in our commercial buildings downtown. Create a formal public education information officer position with a job description. This has to do, and it was driven by our wildland urban interface and the need to continually pound into our community how important how important fire sustainability is and how they need to make sure that that they are caring for their own properties, their neighbors' properties, and basically it just needs to be embedded in our culture in Provo that much like we've done with our fireworks problem. I've never seen anything like the compliance we get on that fireworks line that we have on the east side of the city. I've been here for almost 5 years. I've been here for 4th of July, and we are, it is the most compliant I've ever seen by far. It is, and I think a lot of that has to do with the educational effort, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that you as a council and city leadership gave them a place to go. They can go to the parks, and they can, I think that was an amazing idea that others should follow in other areas and in other states, quite frankly. Create and implement a holistic all-hazard life safety education program. That too is aimed, it's aimed a little bit at our school program, but we do school programs, we do community education. We haven't done a tremendous amount of that, obviously, in the last year, but we do CPR, we do Stop the Bleed, we do a lot of those things. But what we don't have, or what we're in the process of developing, is a all-hazard education program. Most importantly, the wildland-urban interface. This is the this is a look at, on the left, this is Provo today and our calls. On the right, that is Provo with Station 4 moved over. You can see how much more effective Station 4 down in the southwest would be able to cover the southern part of west of the freeway. The next recommendation is going to be, at some point, Station 6 would need to be built in the northwest area of the city in proximity to Provo High School. And then this is the difference that you can see the map with 5 stations, with Station 4 next to the freeway. You can see it with 6 stations, with Station 4 moved to the south, Station 6 moved to the north, and how effective the coverage can be for the growth that we are expecting. I'd just like to add in closing that I am grateful for this study, and we understand that this is an incredible undertaking financially and otherwise, but it gives us the ability to really evaluate the things that are important in our delivery, our service delivery, and that is the number of calls, the number or the amount of response time that we have, and basically what we need to do in order to deal with those increases, because as calls increase, the reliability drops basically equally in those areas. So again, we're grateful and we're hoping for adoption of this, again, as just a roadmap as we begin to talk about budgets and we begin to talk about growth and we see these building permits turned into homes. We're hoping that this document is something we can talk about with city staff and with the council for several years to come. Any questions for me?
Yeah, just a quick question on one of the short-term recommendations was a 96-hour down to a 72-hour maximum consecutive work time. I guess I was anxious when I saw that. Is that something that's happening because we underfund your staffing, or is it just been a policy to allow that?
No, it's happening because it is a policy that we allow that, but it's happening because right now it's a pretty significant competition to hire paramedics. We're down 5 positions right now. We have a retirement coming tomorrow. We'll be down 6 positions. In addition to that, we have some injuries that take place. We've had a broken arm, a broken leg, and just some long-term injuries. And in order to be able to meet that 19 people on each day, we've had to increase that to 96 hours. Our goal obviously would be that it would be 72 hours if and when we're at a time when, and we anticipate that it'll be at the end of the fire season, if in fact we get to the point where we are fully staffed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I think this is a great report. I appreciate the focus on the fiscal responsibility, as well as the quality of service. And I think, Provo Fire is able to provide those things because we have taken steps like this, because we have done reviews and we have looked at where we're at, sometimes, including our weaknesses and the challenges that we face, and then create a plan and then execute on that plan to get where we need to be. And so I applaud the department for going through this exercise, and I support the adoption. I do have a perhaps less serious question. The stations are all listed as 21, 22 through 25, and are often referred to as Station 1, Station 2. So why that nomenclature?
So the two is a countywide numbering system. So when we respond to Orem, we're what they call 2J, Orem's 3J, American Forks 4J. So if it's a 40 something, or if it's a 30 something, it's coming from Orem. That's just helps us to separate, because if everybody had engine 1, then there'd be a lot of confusion. So when we go, it's engine 21, engine 22, engine 23.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Very much.
We'll now open this item for public comment. Not seeing anyone here or online with their hands raised. So we will close public comment and bring this back to the council for any discussion.
I have a comment. I'm excited that this was completed, and I'm really appreciative to our fire department for initiating this and coming to us proactively with this need. And somewhat tangentially, I think Chief Miguel was hired within a year of Chief Ferguson. And if he retires within a year of Chief Ferguson, there could be some threats of arson. So please do not do that.
I'll have it be known, I was actually worse. I came a year before you. I've already out.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? And that motion passes unanimously. Thanks again, Chief, for the good work of you and your department, and for this plan looking forward. Move on to item number 11, which is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of about 3.8 acres, generally located at 5600 North University Avenue, from manufacturing park to general commercial. And this item will be presented by Dustin Wright, planner.
Thank you. So this item is a rezone application that the applicant is requesting to rezone some property that's currently located at the northern entrance of the city, up on 5600 North and University Avenue. And the applicant is looking to change the zoning from the MP zone to the CG, which is our general commercial zone, to allow for some new uses to go into this property. And I don't know if we can pull up a map or not here, but I'll just kind of go over what the staff has reviewed and what the Planning Commission has recommended. Essentially, up at this property, there's some vacant buildings that are kind of aging and kind of in need of some repair. And so the new property owner is requesting the opportunity to go in there and clean these properties up and bring some new use to them, which we're excited about. Adding new commercial use will bring the property into alignment with our general plan. As you can see, our general plan calls for commercial there, and there's currently a manufacturing designation there. So this will help bring that into alignment and harmony with our general plan, which is a goal of the city. The commercial use will bring new life to the property. The applicant's looking to bring in restaurants and other commercial retail spaces that will provide kind of as a gathering place for residents to gather and eat and watch shows or live events and things like that with the open space that they have on the site. And so they have a good vision for this property, and I think it aligns very well with our general plan goals and policies to fix aging properties, to improve trail access, and improve connections to our Provo River. It will help to create those gathering places that I mentioned and a positive entrance into our city. It will promote sustainability by using the existing building and by providing these accesses for trails and biking and pedestrian access, which will be helpful as well. And so staff has been excited about that portion of it. With this rezone, there's a property line that is the Provo-Orem border. The applicant actually owns the property to the north of that as well. And so there's going to be a parking lot that will serve this development. So as part of that, to make sure that that parking that's in Orem City is used for this site, there's a development agreement that the applicant has requested that would be recorded on the property and run with the land as far as designating that parking towards this development. And so the staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval to the council on this item with that development agreement to be in place for that. I think that's everything I wanted to cover. And if you had any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. The neighborhood chair indicated he would not be here tonight, but emailed us his report from the neighborhood earlier. So we'll now open up this item for public comment. Not seeing anyone online or here in the meeting wishing to comment, so we will close public comment and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Mr. Harding.
Just want to say how excited I am for this proposal. And I think this is a great rezone, and particularly knowing that they're looking to highlight that riverfront and really make use of that. And I hope that it becomes kind of a showpiece that will inspire others who have riverfront frontage to follow in their footsteps.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Chairman, I would simply echo what Mr. Harding said. I think this is a great project, lots of potential. Would love to see this kind of thing on all our entranceways into the city.
Thank you. All right. Does any council member desire to consider this item again at the next council meeting?
Mr. Chair, that question would actually be, would any two councilors want to continue it as a point of order?
Yes,
but I wanted to remind that Public Works sent to our Zoom portion of the meeting one of their staffers to talk about the 5600 intersection question that came up earlier today. If you want to hear, that would be David Mickelson.
Was there a question that? Okay.
I was the one who, and then I got a brief email from Bill Peperoni about it, but I would love to hear that. Sure.
All right. We'll invite David Mickelson, did you say?
Yes.
If he would like to address the question, and I don't know if you need to restate the question, Mr. Hanley.
It was in regard to 5600 North, how this fit into potential plans for a stoplight there and and I guess, moving westward, what would happen?
Yeah, so according to the traffic study that this development has done, a traffic signal is warranted. And Public Works, we have an agreement with UDOT that this signal will be installed. And so we plan on moving forward with that and working with UDOT to get this traffic signal installed.
All right. That answer your question?
Yeah, Mr. Pepperoni had mentioned something also about the road continuing westward over the river. And there's a sort of blocked off bridge there, if I recall from looking at it on Google.
As of right now, that road connection across the river isn't shown on our master plan or any supporting documents. As far as right now, Public Works doesn't intend to make that connection for a drivable road, and we plan on having it to continue to be a pedestrian bridge at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Mr. Jones.
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Wright mentioned a development agreement. I don't know if the applicant is here or available to proffer that. We have seen a draft of it, but the implied motion applies to the standard rezone ordinance, which does not mention the development agreement. So if the council is interested in accepting that proffer, there should be a substitute motion to substitute the exhibit to which the implied motion applies for the one that describes the development agreement and authorizes it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Harding.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to I move that we apply. Brian says it so smoothly. Mr. Jones, will you help me?
Sure, that the implied that we substitute the exhibit to which the implied motion applies to be the one that references the development agreement and authorizes it. I think was what I said a minute ago.
That's what I'd move to do.
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Harding.
Second that.
Second by Mr. Shipley. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. So we're now back to an amended implied motion with the development agreement. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item number 12, which is an implied motion on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.8 acres of real property generally located at 690 East, 500 South from residential conservation to medium density residential. This item will be presented by Brandon Larson.
Thank you, Chair and Council. We've got basically, as the chair noted, we've got a request for a rezone to the MDR zone to facilitate a 15-unit townhome development. Could you go to the next slide? Now here's a picture of the subject property about a half block north of the city cemetery. And you can see you've got attached housing in south of the property and quite a mix of uses. You've got residential to the north and kind of a mix of houses and residential or a mix of residential and commercial to the east, and then a manufacturing area to the west. Can you go to the next slide? Showed you this earlier. The general plan says that this area should be residential, and then Maeser Neighborhood is calling for single family residential. And remind you that single family residential includes detached and attached housing. The city code considers townhomes attached single family housing. So the next slide. And so this is kind of showing the zoning around the area. You got RC and a band of RC kind of west and east of the subject property. CG zoning to the south with, again, to that southeast, or kind of to the south and east, you've got an area of mixed residential commercial properties. Next slide. This is what they're proposing, MDR zone. MDR zone allows for up to 30 units per gross 30 units per gross acre. And so again, going back to what I noted earlier, the Maeser Neighborhood plan says, hey, single family here. The MDR zone allows for everything from townhomes to apartments to multifamily. And so the applicant, if you can go to the next slide, is proposing a townhome complex. They don't want to use it for apartments. They don't want to use it for multifamily. It's just a development of single family attached homes. Again, the net density, so net gross, or the max gross density here is 30% in that zone, or 30 units per acre in that zone, but their proposal would only be 18 units per acre. Plenty of parking, lot coverage is less than the max. And so staff's pretty, if you can go to the next slide. Let me show you a couple of other things. You can go to the next slide. I'll show you a couple of elevations and so forth here. So concept plan goes along with this. You've seen the kind of the layout of the units, 15 units proposed. What you've got here is elevations for the units. You'd have these are the rear loaded units. Those would face on, those would front on to 500 south and then on to 700 east. There's a row, if you can go back one slide, this might make more sense. So that row of like western lots, those, because of a design standard, aren't allowed. They're not allowed to front onto an interior lot line, so they'll actually face another way. So if you can go 2 slides now. So now there's a second type of units that would be proposed here. So these would actually front the interior driveway that would access the interior of the development. So these have a front door next to the garage, and that's because of a design standard. And if you can go to the next slide, final slide here is just kind of shows you the layout that's proposed for these units. Pretty standard 3-bedroom townhome. But again, staff notes that this proposal looks like it's in line with the general plan map and the Maeser Neighborhood plan. It looks like this is being proposed in an area that could use some revitalization, and staff likes this proposal. The only thing that staff would only caution, I'd say, is it would be helpful if the applicant provided some type of certainty that assurance that that property will only be used for single family dwellings. The applicant in the planning commission meeting said that he would be willing to enter into a development agreement. I don't have a copy of that for you, but they are willing to enter into a development agreement to pin down that usage of single family on that property, so we don't end up with apartments in the middle of that block that's more kind of used for single family residences. So again, Planning Commission recommended or approved the concept plan and recommends approval of this rezone, and staff recommends the rezone as well. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you for that presentation.
You bet.
I agree, with what you talked about with the Maeser Neighborhood plan, and it calls for a single family in this area, which includes single family detached and single family attached. If someone if someone were to ask you and say, I'm looking to create some single family housing, what zones in Provo, would you direct me to if I wanted to do single family housing? How would you respond to that?
I guess I'd ask, do you want to do single family attached or single family detached?
If they said, well, I'm interested in both, like,
I would say probably if they're interested in doing both, I think the LDR zone's probably the best option there.
Okay. So I'm not asking this question very well, but I played the exercise with myself. And if someone were to ask me, what are your single family zones in Provo? I would have said the R1, 6, 8, 10, 12. Those are all single family zones. I would have said VLDR and I would have said LDR are the zones, the typical zones in Provo for single family. MDR, my understanding was generally for multi-family housing, the apartments and the condos, the stacked condos that you talked about. And so I guess when I look at this, I see more of a traditionally LDR product being proposed, but they're requesting an MDR zone. And I assume that has to do with the number of units that they want to put on this property.
That's correct. Under the LDR, they would be able to probably put, I'd say, roughly 10 units on that. So they're asking for 5 additional units, and staff's comfortable with that density. We feel it would be a good addition to the neighborhood, adding much needed attached housing here in the city. So I see your point. I think lot coverage was kind of the thing that lot coverage is a lot more. Lot coverage is, you can have more lot coverage in the MDR zone. And the other thing is, I wouldn't necessarily characterize the MDR zone as just typically an apartment and mix multifamily zone, because it certainly allows attached single family houses, or we wouldn't be supporting it. So it's definitely one of the first listed uses in that zone. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question. Do you know how many townhomes have been approved between 3rd South and 1860 South in this corridor? Just in recent years?
Yeah, this would probably put us over 750. Yeah.
750 townhomes or 750?
Townhomes. That would be townhomes and apartments. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 to 300.
Yeah, I think it's about 230 for townhomes, and then total attached housing in this area, I think, is close to 880 units of attached housing.
Yeah.
So to me, this looks really homogeneous.
I don't think it looks homogeneous. If you look at the neighborhood around it, it's in a neighborhood of mixed houses, generally one family detached. And so I think it actually breaks up the homogeny of that neighborhood.
Has the council or planning commission or staff approved any developments in the last 3 years that were detached in this area?
No, I don't recall any that have been proposed in that area for some time.
Most recently on the jail property. That's not on State Street. That's on the jail property.
Will you come to the mic and say that? Folks online can't hear stuff from the seats. Thank you.
This was before Brandon came on, so about 3 years ago. So the old jail property, which is not on State Street, but that was the last single family detached project in this general area.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. And I think that's somewhat off of this corridor, but thank you.
Mr. Headman.
I was trying to think of a leading question I could ask.
Please do.
What zone would you do? How many units? They already know the answers. Can we go back to like what it would look like from the top? How many units are kind of stacked in there? Yeah, that one. Well, I have a larger lot, and it's good to know that when I'm ready to sell and to a developer, I can fit that many on there, make a lot of money. But it just seems like a lot. I don't know. No open space, really? Or am I missing something? That's not a leading question. I'm genuinely asking.
Oh, we did have him drop you can see, and I didn't mention this, but we had him drop the lot 107 there. There's no amenity space required.
Yeah.
For this development.
No, I get it. It just feels like a lot. Is there any rationale other than just try to maximize profit with putting that many number of townhomes on there? Or?
Yeah, I guess you could ask the applicant there. I'm not sure what their thinking is on that, but it's in line. It's a lot as far as the MDR zone goes. They're asking for almost half of what the density is. It's getting pretty, a little closer to the LDR zone. Yes, I can see your point that it is a bit dense, but yeah, staff's asked them to reduce that, and we feel like it's you've got a significant area of open space on the southwest. You'd have some on the east there. We feel like it's a good addition to help revitalize that area.
Okay. I guess while I'm on the mic, I'll just say I think definitely if we do approve this, a development agreement, stating it would be townhomes and not apartments would be important.
Yeah.
I think my only concern probably is just the number of units kind of crammed on there. It feels like that, but I don't know. I guess it's hard to tell sometimes from these type of drawings, but anyways, Brandon, thank you. Always appreciate
your
work.
You. Thank you.
I know you, all you're doing is presenting, and so we appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. One thing I'll note is there is a detention basin right there. So that's another, I guess, spot of open space, but we had to move that from this corner to over there, try to bring these houses more up to the front to give a better street presence. And if and when if they get to the development stage, we would probably ask them to flip this. This is an area of parking, 5 spots, and we'd ask them to flip that so we have a little better street presence right there too. So,
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I have a question about the RC zone. I'm just looking at our zone map. And I've generally had the feeling that the RC zone, especially the closer we are to downtown and transportation hubs, is kind of counterproductive to a point where we sort of are overprotecting neighborhoods that maybe should be seeing more density because they're closer to the center of the city. This one's a little bit it's close, but not super close. I mean, I don't know what looks like it's a half-mile walk to the front runner, maybe longer. I guess if it's 7th East, it's 3/4 of a mile. Right?
Yes.
But this is, I'm just wondering if you know what the history is, because there's 2 little parcels there. One looks like between 6th and 8th East, and then another one between about 3rd and 5th. And they're just 2 little islands of RC, and I'm wondering what was the logic, if anyone knows the history.
I don't know the history on the zoning designation. I know that that's generally a single family zone. Both of these houses, one I think came from 1940. I think the other came from 1940, 1950. So I think it's a long-standing kind of mostly single family older residential neighborhood, which seems to kind of fit in with the RC zone, what I've seen in other RC zone.
I guess my question to you would be, nobody likes to be overriding a zone arbitrarily. And I don't want to render the RC zone meaningless by just simply saying, well, it shouldn't be there. But if there's a way to densify slightly in areas that are already developed, that's a much more sustainable model for development than just spreading the city out. And so from your perspectives, does this feel like it's a justified rezone, or does it feel like it's potentially setting a precedent that we're not serious about our zoning, or that this is the wrong place to do this kind of micro densification?
To me, the RC zone seems like it's kind of a zone kind of waiting for some type of new zoning, like almost like a placeholder for maybe some revitalization. I know that one thing that kind of points to that a little bit is the requirement that says you can't create new lots in the RC zone. So I think that suggests that maybe we don't want additional development in the RC zone. And so it's pretty common to see people come in and, into the RC zone. And if they want to do something else, they've definitely got to rezone. And so I think that was intended. So I think this fits well in that area. I think this does a really good job of actually preserving residential neighborhoods, especially in an area that's next to a block that's got a mix of residential and commercial. So I think that might help kind of preserve that residential feel of that block. So we've got a couple of old houses that need some help. So
thank you. Yeah. Mr. Arnie.
If I can augment that, I fully agree with what Mr. Larson just said, that I think this in a lot of ways is being done right, where we have a neighborhood plan. That neighborhood plan has a future land use map. It talks about what broadly should be there. We still have the zone, the RC zone. Sorry, we have the RC zone there that really is a placeholder. Even back when it was first applied, it was applied as a placeholder just to hold things as they are until projects come to the council saying we want to redevelop this. And so this already has the neighborhood plan in place. We have someone coming in with a proposal. We can compare it to the plans and the vision for the area, and if it meets that, then we change the zone from RC, that placeholder, into something that allows that development. So in a lot of ways, this is following what I think is the right process.
Mr. Fillmore? Oh, all right. You're just going right. Okay. Councilor Ellsworth.
I have a comment, but I'm not sure if you want to take it after the public hearing or before.
Probably after, unless it's a question.
It's not a question or a leading question.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Larson? Is there an applicant that wanted to comment also?
It's not.
Okay.
But in the age of COVID, I actually haven't met the applicant face to face yet. So
okay. Thank you. Is there a neighborhood chair present that has a comment? Mr. Strachan.
Sorry, there isn't a neighborhood chair that I know of, but someone named Sid has their hand raised online here.
That's the applicant. Okay, let's hear from the applicant then.
Applicant, would you say your name and where you're from and then go ahead and talk to us about it?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name's Sid Alsop. I am the applicant for the property. I appreciate you taking the time to.
Whoops, we lost you. Lost your.
Sorry, can you hear me again?
It's back.
Okay. First, I want to say thank you for taking the time to hear this tonight. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would preferred to, but I didn't know it was an option until this afternoon. So I hope you'll excuse my absence tonight.
No problem.
Anyhow, like Brendan said, we intend on entering a development agreement with the city to ensure that this is our layout. If you look at this layout that we have on the screen right now, less lot 107, which has the red X on it, we will conform to this layout as we've already gone through engineering as such to make sure that this works with the current public utilities in place. But additionally, we want to make sure that we're revitalizing the community. The neighborhood chair at the time was Kira, and she recommended we do a product that's for sale to keep families coming into the area. And by us doing this with a density at this level, we can accommodate, growing families that are starting out and buying their first unit. If we go in here for the price of the land and the cost of development and the vertical construction cost and put in, 1 or 2 units of single family detached, it'll become too cost prohibitive for most people to afford a home. So that's the reason why we're looking at a density of this magnitude.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore.
I'd like to ask the applicant, what is your contemplated price point for these units?
Based on current costs right now, we should be in the high 3s for each one of the units.
Okay, thank you.
I couldn't quite hear that.
High 300.
High 300s. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. We will now open this item for public comment.
Chriselle Travis. I wear lots of hats, but listening to this item, this isn't the one I came for, but I would be a proponent of you guys supporting something like this. I sit on committees for government affairs, as well as fair housing, as well as affordable housing. And I think this is something that Provo needs and to help diversify. And so I would support this, and not lots of people come to support these kinds of applications. So I couldn't just sit there and not say anything. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Becky Bogdan, Provo, Utah. My concern is that there is a lot of townhomes in this section of town. And these, I'm pretty sure, even though the intention is to become homeowner occupied, will become rentals probably within the first 5 years. A product like single family homes, like a lot of people have wanted on the southeast area, would probably be a better model and a better location for it, especially where there is a sea of townhomes over on that side of town. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised or people coming up to the podium, so we'll close public comment and bring this back to the council for any discussion or comment. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, we had a discussion on this area, kind of this corridor on both sides of State Street, maybe within a block or two from 3rd South to 1860 South. We had a discussion on it in our work meeting on December 15th. And I wanted to share with you just a couple of highlights from the minutes. So the minutes say, Councilor Shannon Ellsworth presented. She highlighted recent development trends along South State Street and the land uses designated in that corridor. Ms. Ellsworth had serious concerns about the current developmental trajectory of Southeast Provo, and she proposed several amendments to the Southeast Area Plan. She thought the plan should incorporate lower density zones, which would diversify the housing stock and allow residents in that area to stay close while upsizing or downsizing. She noted that a more diverse housing stock would address different stages of life and socioeconomic profiles. Ms. Ellsworth shared comments from citizens in Southeast Provo. Councilor Bill Fillmore applauded Ms. Ellsworth's initiative and expressed a desire to realize these enhancements. Councilor George Handley echoed Mr. Fillmore's comments and support. Councilor Dave Harding shared his support for revising the plan. Ms. Ellsworth thought the plan could be revised with several minor tweaks. She felt that the city's shared goal was one of a healthy, sustainable, and diverse community. Councilor David Sewell suggested that the area currently designated as MDR for future land uses might benefit from changing to a combination of low and very low residential and some commercial designations as well. A motion was made by George Handley. He moved to direct staff to address these concerns and return to the council with a proposal. This was seconded by Bill Fillmore and approved by the council unanimously. To my knowledge, the staff and administration have not been able to progress on this, but it seems that we supported more diverse housing types in this corridor in December of 2020. So my recommendation would be that we either reject or continue this item until it can meet this this intent that we discussed on December 15th, 2020.
Thank you. Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Ellsworth. I'm glad to be reminded of that conversation. And actually, when I first read over the packet, I had not looked at the zone, and so I mean at the zoning map, and so I had it in my mind that this RC zone was actually closer to the front runner than it is. Although I'm an e-bike rider, so 3/4 of a mile is no big deal. So I mean, I guess the question I would have, I'm not ready. I kind of like it because it's small infill more than it is a large project, and I think that's the smart way to go. But I would like more information about the proximity of other kinds of housing types. And so if we continued it and we could get more of that information, specifically this particular housing type seems like, I mean, I'm still shocked at the sticker price of upper 300s for, I mean, I understand the market's insane, but that seems barely affordable for most people. But that I would like more information, maybe more data about that particular housing type, not only in this region, but citywide, because my impression is that's actually not a housing type that we have a lot of. Am I off on that? Or I don't know if you have any preliminary comments to make about that, but.
Yeah, I know that the kitty corner from this property, there was Tanarak Development approved 64 apartments, yeah, just to the northeast on State Street. So there's that. Then you go down the State Street a ways, you'll hit like Spring Creek Townhomes and the Autumn View, and those are down like on 11th or 12th South. My first take right off just kind of off the cuff on that is this feels more like it kind of belongs with that area that's just kind of just south of 3rd South. And to me, there's a lot of single family homes in there. It needs some revitalization. That's where my mind's at. I don't really, I guess you're right, Councilor Ellsworth, that it is close to that corridor. It's just a block off. To me, it still feels different. It feels like it's part of that neighborhood that's, again, south of 3rd South and east of University, just a pretty strong single family neighborhood that needs some revitalization. That's kind of my first initial take at it. So we're glad to provide you that housing mix data at a future council meeting. So
Thank you.
Councilor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. This is a fun little area. I'd suggest taking a look at it if you have the chance. It is what, a block away from, well, I guess even less than a block away from a fairly large apartment project that we approved that's on State Street. It's kind of fronting State Street, but it's tucked a little bit further into the interior. I think across the street is a townhome, sorry, a twin home by design. It's nice there. There's some I don't know if they're accessory apartments or duplexes, but there's a couple of those that have probably been converted in the last period of time. Just next door is an apartment building, which I think the use is not necessarily incompatible, but I think the design is just a great example of how not to do things and how a mixture of housing can be compatible, but can also be non-compatible if it's done poorly. And so this building, it's got 6 units, but it's turned sideways to fit into those really narrow lots. So from the street, all you see is the side of the house and kind of the utilities there on the side, and it's not very welcoming and inviting. But the rest of the homes probably could use some reinvestment. I agree, but it's actually a very interesting study of integration of different housing types. I look at this, and as I kind of explained earlier, I think that we have a recent plan in place for this. I think that it calls for single family. And I also looked around, and I'm not, we've got apartments across State Street. We've got the new apartment complex going in on this side of State Street, but we talked about keeping it to the corridor. This is interior. I look around, I don't believe I see any other townhomes in the 2-block radius from around here. I support, I'm fine with townhomes going in to this block. And what I'm not okay with though, and so I'm 80% of the way there. I think, I think it's good. Other than I think the density is too much. And we're going from 2 units, 2 homes to 15. And again, I'm not against densifying. I just think that goes past what's reasonable. I think if we were to keep it to a LDR, which is designed kind of at that maximum for the townhomes, and so I think if we're looking at townhomes, if we look at an LDR, that gives us, I calculated 10 and change. So I agree with your estimate that if it was LDR, 10 units would be available to be built there. And I think if the developer was trying to fit 10 units on there, I think we would have a better layout. I appreciate what you talked about earlier about the street presence and flipping that. We have 15 units, only 4 of them address the street. Only 4 of them face the street. And so it's kind of an insular design, kind of just stacking it in wherever you can fit it. And I think one of the reasons why LDR is capped at 12 is because you start getting poor design. You can't fit all of the elements and make it fit well and provide a good experience for the people that are going to live there. If we can bring up the site plan again, I mean, we really have, there's not much space besides roads, some sidewalks, and then the houses themselves. There's really not much beyond that. And I think if it was capped at 10, I think we could get a really quality development in there. And so I know land prices are up, but also land prices are dictated by what is allowed there. And so if we allow, an MDR type density, the land is more valuable. If we say no, LDR is what we're going to, the value of the land is less, and then the cost of the land is less. I look at this and I can't see a compelling reason to grant the MDR over the LDR. I think all the arguments that we've heard on why this is a good project, I think would be a better project if it was capped at 10 units and we keep it to the LDR.
Mr. Harding. Councillor Ellsworth, I was wondering what you feel would be the best zone or zones for this parcel.
That's a good question. The plan says single family residential. And I think Mr. Harding highlighted what is typical or what is expected of single family residential. And the first thing that comes to my mind in single family residential is detached. And I'm familiar with these neighborhoods, with these aging neighborhoods. I've looked for housing myself to buy homes in this area. The homes that I look at are 100 years old, and these homes are not 100 years old. So I feel like the current use is not necessarily underutilized. It could be improved. That being said, if the property owner wants to upzone, I'd like to find something that integrates much better with the neighborhood and contributes to diverse housing types. There's just not a place in the city where we've seen this many townhomes in the last 3 years as this corridor. And I think there's townhomes in the Tannerack development, a few of them.
I don't remember. I knew that there were apartments there, roughly 64. I think you may be right.
I think there's mostly apartments, and then the neighbors asked for there to be a buffer between those apartments and the single family homes. And so they asked for a handful of townhomes. And, if those neighbors were here today, I don't think they'd want, I can't speak for them, but I don't think they would want this. Maybe I can't speak for them since I'm their representative. I don't think they want this if they were asking us 2-3 years ago to buffer those apartments with nice townhomes. And there is a fabric to these neighborhoods. This one is more diverse, and I would even say hodgepodge, and not in a negative way. But there is a pattern in some of these older neighborhoods of single family detached. And just because they're old doesn't mean that that pattern should necessarily be disrupted. If anything, it's been there for 100 years. And that's probably something that people appreciate, is that they can find a single family detached home on a smaller lot, right? Something that you could grow into after your townhome when you have 2 or 3 kids, then you want a backyard and you have a dog. And this is a place where you could grow into that after your townhome. This is an area where you could grow into that, but we have so many townhomes already. I can't wrap my head around MDR here. I cannot. It's just a product that is so overused, so overdeveloped in this part of town. I'd love to see VLDR. I'd love to see a great VLDR project. And LDR, I think, would be fine because it's not MDR. But to me, VLDR would be ideal. And yeah, that's my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore.
To be candid, I struggle with this kind of a development. I don't see it so much as an extension of the State Street corridor that we're so concerned about. I see it more as a part of the Maeser neighborhood, frankly. And I don't see this as at all incompatible with the Maeser neighborhood. And as Mr. Harding has indicated, I think it could help with some revitalization of that neighborhood. But my focus, really my concern here is affordability. If as you lower the number of units, you're going to raise the price, right? And so if you're 300 or so right now, that's more affordable than 400,000 per unit. So I don't know where that takes us aesthetically. I think you're on the right track in terms of fewer units. We could have more amenities, more landscaping. It could look better. But if our focus is affordability, I'd be in favor of a large number of units.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
I think if our focus is affordability, then we need to apply that standard across the city, including in the other developments that we look at. I think of the LaFontaine project, affordability wasn't a top priority for the council there. Or on these West Side developments, affordability is not a top priority there. But this area does have a lot of affordable housing. It has a lot of workforce housing, a lot of attainable housing. In terms of just new units, there are about 880 multifamily units approved in the last 4 years, in addition to the hundreds of pre-2017 multifamily units. So there is a plethora of attainable units in this area. I think that the concerns about housing costs are really valid, and townhomes are skyrocketing like every other housing type. But long term, to really build up the fabric of this neighborhood, I don't think that 15 townhomes is going to contribute as much as a lower density zone.
So what would you really, ideally, what would you see there? This is an infill kind of a thing. It's a small piece of property.
It's not really an infill project. I mean, it is an infill project, but there's already units there, right? So there's no one, I mean, you or I could buy up 2 or 3 homes down in this area and tear them out and call it an infill project.
So what is it you really want there? What would be the ideal for you?
VLDR or LDR or single family detached. Something that contributes to this neighborhood that's lower density than MDR. We have a lot of MDR, as I've highlighted previously.
Mr. Harding.
I'd also like to respond just briefly. The townhomes will sell for what the market value is, what the market kind of dictates what they can sell for. And so the more you can put in there, the more you can pay for the land, but then again, the more the person who owns the land can ask for the land. And so, by going from 15 units down to 10 units, I don't know if that necessarily affects the sale price all that much. It just affects how profitable the project is. Potentially, the project won't get done if they can't recoup the value. The land price, they may, maybe this will fall through, and if the owner wants to sell, they'll have to sell for a lower price to attract someone who can only put in 10 units. But the sale price is more dictated by the location and the product type, and less, they don't each go up 50%. And if the fact of the matter is we have 2 aging single-family detached that are ready to be redeveloped, I think the pressure is there. I think the opportunity is there that this will be able to redevelop. I don't think going from 2 single-family, very old, small single-family detached to 10 units, I mean, the increase in value is there, and so someone will be able to make it work. Maybe not at the agreed upon land price, but at something. So I don't think we're shutting the door on redevelopment if we were to cap it at LDR and cap it at 10. And the other thing I wanted to respond, and I apologize, I go on so long. I really need to tighten things up. I don't think it is just aesthetics. I think it is quality of life. I think it's not just making the development look prettier, but just making it a better place to live, both for the residents who live there as well as the neighbors around. I think it does impact that as well.
Not quite so crammed in, multiple units, and maybe some more amenities.
Just a quick technical clarification. So in the LDR zone, if it's 0.80 acres, 0.80 times 12, isn't that less than 10? Wouldn't that be 9? That would be the maximum. Do you round down in a case like that?
I believe you do round down.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
It's not just number.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for guidance here in terms of location. Again, I actually, in my mind's eye, was thinking it was a little bit farther to the west, but even so, as I look at it, it's right on that borderline between South State Street and the Maeser neighborhood, and less than a mile from major transportation hubs. To me, signals this is the kind of development we would want to have. So I guess that's what's confusing to me, is if we're including it as part of what you were describing as sort of everything to the west and to the north, versus everything to the south and to the east. It's a different kind of comparison.
Right. To me, that's just me. I just feel like it fits in more with that neighborhood to the west, like you've been talking about. But
there is the bright line of State Street and the tracks that actually do sort of push it logically, transportation access closer to downtown than it is to the South State Street corridor.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we're into the council discussion portion of the meeting, but it's been brought to my attention that the applicant does have his hand up, so we'll allow him to make one more comment to respond to what he's heard thus far. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So thanks for the time for taking my comment at this point. And I wanted to just talk about cost and reduction of density in the area. The reason that we're going with the 15 was the recommendation of staff to lower our density so that it is more palatable. But additionally, this is a different product that's being put out there, so it will be different than what the neighbors have. It's different than what the apartments have been done. And the price point that we're aiming for is to be one of the low price leaders for townhomes. Many townhomes in the area go for significantly higher. and we're trying to achieve something that's more affordable. And I say more affordable in, air quotation marks, because it's not true affordable housing. We're not looking for government subsidies or anything like that. If we go to a 10-unit complex, it would require significant elevation in pricing. And if we do that, it wipes out what we're looking for to bring to the area, being younger people. The community hearings that we had, I shouldn't say hearings, we had everything go through Kira. She sent out email blasts. We went out and went door to door and put flyers on people's homes to get comments and questions. And all the comments that came back from the community were to update the original facades that we had for the building. So we did update the elevations to that more traditional style that was shown. But that was all that the community recommended. No one was fighting the density. No one was looking at the project that we're showing to you today as too out of place for the area. And they actually liked that there was some new development coming in. And so I want to leave you with that, knowing that the community has seen this. The community has said that they like this. And that's why you're seeing the presentation you can see today.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
So I thought somewhere I saw the number as 0.86 earlier. I looked through the notes and I saw 0.82, but I didn't see the 0.86. And but you're absolutely right, at 0.80, it's 9.6. So it'd be capped at 9 if we kept it at LDR.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think for my part, I'm persuaded by the arguments or statements made by Mr. Harding and Councillor Ellsworth that maybe this is a little bit high of a density for this area. So I'm inclined to deny on that basis and agree that LDR would be a better fit. And I could actually support VLDR. I think if I understand Councillor Ellsworth's position on this, that affordable housing is a citywide issue and that we have a lot of higher density development in this area, and that maybe as a counterbalance, some more lower density, maybe a little more upscale or higher priced units in this area might be good to kind of balance things out. I don't know if I'm interpreting that right, but
yeah, I think you summarized it well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. Any other comments? Mr. Harding.
Mr. Jones, just looking at theoreticals, if the current zoning is RC, and if we have a positive recommendation, or I should say, we had the Planning Commission vote on a recommendation for an MDR zone, that if we wanted to, we could rezone this something in between, like an LDR. It wouldn't necessarily have to go back to the Planning Commission. We could proactively zone it, and then in the future, if this applicant or some future applicant wanted to propose a project that would be LDR, would fit with under the LDR, then they could go ahead without coming back to the council for that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate. We've always taken the position that if the council hears the Planning Commission's recommendation and wants to modify it or amend it to approve a zone that is more restrictive than the one that the Planning Commission has already given a recommendation on, that can be done without going back to Planning Commission. I'm trying to think if I can think of a time when we've done it, even if the applicant didn't want us to, but there's been, and I don't know that I've thought of one of those, but there's been several times where the council has essentially signaled, we're not going to do what the applicant asked for. We might do this. Is the applicant okay with that? And upon getting some assurance that they are, then we've gone ahead. The council, should say, has gone ahead and done the more restrictive zone change. But you're certainly within your rights to do it anyway, regardless of that input.
Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, my suggestion to the council, if we don't continue it tonight, would be to rezone this to VLDR. I would recommend LDR if maybe it were a bigger parcel and we could get a better product to fit on a little bit bigger parcel. But because it's such a small parcel, I would recommend VLDR in order to make it integrate better into the neighboring, the context of that neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Hoban.
Then I might recommend we continue it just to give staff time to give us feedback on that. And maybe even to have a conversation with the developer. So I don't know. Does that mean I'll continue it if somebody else wants to support me on that?
Anyone else inclined to support that?
I am.
Okay, so we got more than two, I think. So this item is continued until our next meeting. Thank you very much. Yes, we have a suggestion. Are there any objection considering the hour if we just take a 5 to 10 minute break at this point? All right, let's do that. Try to get back as quick as you can.
Well.
Really like to get going again here, so.
I wouldn't have been able to bring them down. I need to call Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
We would like to resume with agenda item number 13, a discussion regarding the intent statement for the Southwest Area Plan. And this item will be presented by Cliff Strachan. Well, let's see. You're right. Council Executive Director. Although, do we want to call an audible and have you start this off, Councilor Harding, or would you prefer to wait for?
I guess I can start. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Let's get it going. All right. Can we bring up actually that presentation with the timeline?
We're missing all of that.
Are we recording? We are recording.
I do see Mr. Strachan in the room. Well, let's go to the history slide and
We almost usurped your opportunity here to present on this.
Want me to present on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have it on the thing? Okay, so council and for the public, we were asked to look at West Side planning policies, and Councilor Harding, of course, had proposed some amendments to it. Above on the screen, you'll see a history that in 2016, the committee was comprised to recommend policies. That committee recommendations were adopted as the West Side development policies in 2017, and you'll see there were 7 broad categories that those covered. And then in 2018, I believe a different committee worked with the Planning Commission to put together the Southwest Area Future Land Use Map that was created and adopted. Oh, I can do it from here. How out of practice we are. So recently, Councilor Harding had circulated some emails and then did a presentation 2 weeks ago on some proposals to adopt a statement reaffirming its intent to implement the West Side policies and proposing certain additional items to provide clarity with respect to that intent. And we'll give him an opportunity in a few minutes to kind of summarize all that because part of the reason we're having it at this meeting right now is because we wanted to have an opportunity to hear from the public. And judging from the number of people on the Zoom call and the people in the room, I think that's the issue people are here to talk about tonight. So anyway, one of his proposals was to have the planning departments work with us to draft ordinances, including zoning, to accomplish particularly West Side Policy 3A, which was to establish ordinances to require a mix of housing types, lot sizes, and designs to accommodate the various stages of life. To clarify that the overall density is to be 4 units to the gross area as opposed to net. And then he talked about every development on the map designated as res or residential should be kept below 3 units to the gross area. And then West Side Development Policies 3A through 3D should apply to all the developments. Now I'm overly summarizing his proposals in here, but and then the intent would be not to approve rezone requests without assurance that these policies will be addressed. And then the proposal under res had 6 statements addressing very specific res designated areas and 4 statements addressing LDR designated areas on the land use map. And Dave Harding can talk about that if he wants to get that specific. And so after some discussion with some counselors and neighborhood chairs and various other stakeholders, he's proposed 4 main changes to the intent statement. He wants to acknowledge that development below 10 acres may need special considerations just due to size. Suggests a 10% unit minimum that may need to be higher depending on development size and alternative housing types selected. Notes that larger developments should have a greater number of different housing types, and he's asking staff and the Planning Commission to recommend guidelines and ordinances that better define the previous 3 bullets. And then in discussion, the planning community in our city, which is, headed by Gary McGinn in one department and Bill Pepperoni in another, basically came up with these recommendations. And that is, they think that this proposal should be referred to the Planning Commission for its consideration, that the next Planning Commission meeting, they could have a study session and talk about the proposal, the history, and the various documents, and try to identify the various issues that need to be clarified. I circulated for council a memo that had from Gary McGinn that in the body of the discussion talks about some of the issues that need to be clarified. They committed to having at least one additional public hearing at the Planning Commission, and that the result would be that the Planning Commission would make recommendations to the council on whether the policies and maps should be amended. And then, of course, the proposed process would be that the council then holds at least one public hearing after which it can affirm, deny, or modify those recommendations. Now, to be very clear to you, you have the opportunity, if you desire, to take and adopt the statement with or without changes as it is right now and bypass that whole process. You obviously can refer to the statement as the Planning Commission for consideration. You could continue the item and you could do nothing. And those are just my summary of kind of the process you can follow. Dave Harding will want to take 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 to 6 minutes. I'll give you 2 more. No, Dave wants to talk about some of the specifics in that and give you the opportunity to discuss it and then hear from our public. And I'll go sit down now unless there's questions for me at the moment.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Handley.
Just a quick procedural question. If we were to refer the statement to Planning Commission for consideration, which is my preference, I don't know how others feel, but if that's what we were to do, does that kind of, I'm just wondering if we solicit public input on something that may not actually be what we come back to look at and consider, if that's helpful or not, I don't know. I'm just, and
in what form are you wanting to solicit feedback?
What's that?
In what form are you wanting to solicit feedback and the timing? Are you asking about feedback tonight or feedback from
I'm
the
talking
Planning
about,
Commission?
people who are calling in and people who are here tonight. I'm just wondering if we're asking them to comment double time, because if we're going to throw it back to the Planning Commission, they're going to want to go to the Planning Commission, then it's going to come back to us. I'm just trying to think about efficiencies here.
Yeah, I would say to you that based on past practice, the council is normally, when you've had people in the room and waiting to comment on the issue, you've given them the opportunity rather than just cutting off debate and saying it's going off to the Planning Commission. So you've just in practice, you've normally given them that opportunity. But if you decide that one way or the other, your decision may, or maybe the direction of your discussion may temper or exacerbate how many people want to comment on it. As far as a broader context of feedback, I would say that if you do the process where you refer to the Planning Commission, you follow their hearings, that you could also then, as when you get comments back from that, also open it up on Open City Hall and give opportunity for feedback there to expand just beyond that particular area. And as Karen would always tell you, for the registered users, we'll be able to identify who are from the west side and who are not, and you can weigh those comments accordingly.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we pull up the proposed intent statement now? If I can just maybe respond a little bit to how Cliff framed some of that. He talked about it as being amendments to the West Provo development policies in the Southwest area future land use map. I would disagree that these are amendments. I would argue that these are just clarifications, and that everything that is proposed here is aligned with those two documents. And that if we pass this today, it is not bypassing the process. It's actually, it's kickstarting the process, or as you can see in those bullet points there, it identifies some of these questions. How small of a development should this apply to? What's the quantity of mixture that should be there, and how many housing types should be there, and those kind of detailed questions. It explicitly asks the administration and the planning commission to provide recommendations for. Where this is coming from is 2016. Councilor Ellsworth was part of this committee, though she wasn't on the council at the time. And I think all the other councilors that were part of that committee have since retired. But we every other week for like 6 months, we gathered, met with stakeholders, met with public works and community development and all of these groups, and developed the West Provo development policies. And that was passed in 2017, 2018, after another committee that had lots of public input and whatnot, developed the future land use map that was adopted. And so here we are in 2020, 2021, and we're having these developments proposed to us. And I'm asking, where's the mixture of housing that is an adopted city policy? And, some of us were asking these kind of questions, and we were being told, oh, well, this developer got their application in before the future land use map was adopted. And I pushed back a little bit, well, the policies were adopted. Why aren't those in play? Well, we didn't know how it was going to be applied. So anyway, I just felt like there was kind of pressure, we should just pass it. And if you can switch to the graphic. And so we passed it, though some of us, sorry, not that graphic, the other one that has the 4, the separate file. We were basically being told that to be fair to the developer, we really shouldn't hold them to these standards, these policies, because at least the land use map hadn't been approved when they got their application in. And so now 2.5 years into this, we've now finally worked all the way through that backlog. And I think a few others had kind of threatened, we're going to stop approving these rezones. And then that's when I think I first heard this argument that if you look at, it calls for a mixture of housing types, and I would even argue some of the language kind of indicates it's of the surrounding area. But if you take the idea of the area being the whole southwest area, we are getting some mixture of housing. We're getting townhomes along the parkway with in the LDR zone or LDR designated areas, and then we're getting single family detached in the res designated areas. And so that was kind of the first time I heard this competing interpretation. And I said, okay, well, I can see how it could be a valid interpretation. I also think it's a valid interpretation that we should have a mixture of housing at a more granular level. And so I felt like if we could have an intent statement clarifying, this is what the council is interested in, the interpretation that we'd like to see moving forward. And that way staff and developers and residents can all have a reasonable expectation of how the council is going to vote on these zoning rezone applications. So that's where this came from. The draft was presented, talked with anyone who was interested in having a conversation about it. You've seen the evolution of it and what it's proposed here. And so I think when it comes down to is on the top there, we have a couple of, and I said this in the work meeting, so I'll be really quick about it. The top is what we've approved. And I think that if we don't pass this, we'll continue to get this, which is single family detached, all about the same lot size all throughout everywhere that's designated RES. And then we'll get proposals that will be all townhomes in the areas where that's allowed, the areas designated LDR. And that really kind of sets up, to me, kind of, two parts of town or two very different feels. They're not very integrated. All the townhomes are here, all the single family detached are here, and separated by the parkway. Anyway, if that's the way that we want to go, then this statement isn't needed because that's the status quo. The alternative, I think, with the statement, I think we've seen when these policies were explained in that scope, a developer proposed, we came forward with this concept that has some mansion houses designed to look like single family detached, but have 3 units in them. And then we also have 14 units of single family detached, but they're on much smaller lots to the point that they have to share driveways. And so that just provides some variety. It doesn't increase the density of the res designated areas, but it increases the variety of housing opportunities in that. And the one on the bottom right is for the LDR. And so LDR does not necessarily have to be all townhomes. It can be, it accommodates a mixture of housing, but it doesn't require it. And so, we need something else. If we want a diversity of housing types in LDR, we have to do something more than just zone it LDR. We have to have something else there. So that's what is trying to be achieved. I'll only ask one leading question. So I was going to ask the developer or the applicant of a zoning request that's currently before us to go over some price points. These are ones that we talked about previously, and I believe he's here today. So if he wants to correct me, I'd be happy to be corrected on this. But rather than asking him these questions, I'll explain what I think, what I understand. But those homes that are single family detached on the standard size lots, the price point would be somewhere around just what's market driven. The market driven price point is somewhere around $950,000. The homes on the clustered homes with the shared driveways would be somewhere around $650,000. And then if those mansion homes, those units in there were townhome, condo, I guess they'd be townhome, considered townhomes. Those are around $500,000. Based on what the market is in surrounding communities as well. And so just keep that in mind when we're talking about, if housing types don't belong, we're basically saying, well, people that can only afford a $650,000 home, doesn't belong in a vast swath of West Provo, Southwest Provo. Anyway, so and then the one leading question, if Mr. Pepperoni would come forward, I'd like him. I'm curious how he would define NIMBYism, which the not in my backyard. Help me understand what. Sometimes that term gets thrown around. So what does that mean to you?
To me, it means the tendency I think most of us have to resist change. It usually refers to in planning situations to where the people who live closest to whatever change is being proposed are opposed to that because it's a change, because it's something different from what they have. Or maybe it's just a change in the way that the one subdivision you see up there has been a farmer's field forever. People get used to that ambiance and that atmosphere that a farmer's field creates, and they moved out there for that. And when it goes to develop, even if it's developing very similar to what they've got, they just resist that change because they moved there for the farmer's field. So that's how I think of it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I've given it some thought as well. And the one additional aspect that I would throw in is with NIMBYism is often, well, that's good. That's a good thing to have. And the city should have that, but it doesn't belong by me. It's for a different part of town. And so I think that's one thing that we've got to, it's not that this shouldn't happen, but it just shouldn't happen in my backyard. So that's kind of another aspect that I would say of that. So with that, that's the presentation I wanted to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Let's see, I guess at this point, we would open it for public comment.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be back in person here. I hate calling in. I hate typing in all the codes and everything and hitting *9 and wondering if I actually unmuted. So it's great to actually be here in front of you and talk to you. And it's been a busy time in our area with all of the development that's happening. First of all, sorry, I forgot to say, I'm Jonathan Hill. I'm the Fort Utah Neighborhood Chair. I'm also, I think, speaking as a member of the Land Use Map Committee that created the map that is up on the screen now. And I want to give some context there as part of my comments. There's two other committee members that were on that committee that are here tonight as well and plan on commenting. Now, there's a lot of ways I could go. I've taken a lot of time to think about these things. I've done a lot of background research. I have looked at data. I've compiled data, lots of things. Obviously, I'm not going to take the hour that I could to talk about this. I want to focus on one issue because I think it is the biggest decision the council needs to make tonight. And that is, do we need a more fine grain mixture of housing types in our area, or is a mixture on the Southwest area or within individual neighborhoods enough? And so that's what I want to address tonight. And I want to start off by using a biology example. I'm a biology professor at BYU. So this is something I think about. And many biologists, all biologists would agree that a strong ecosystem has a great diversity of niches, of species, of different kinds of flora and fauna, right? You need that mixture in order to create a strong, robust ecosystem, okay? Likewise, I would say a city needs a strong mixture of housing types, of different types of properties, different values of properties, things that attract different life stages, income levels, lifestyles, desires, wants, etc. However, if you look at an ecosystem, a strong ecosystem does not necessarily have trees, grass, and water in everywhere, right? It will have certain types of things in different areas. And because of that, that's what creates the diversity. Not because there's trees, grass, and water, but because some places have more water, some places have more grass, and more places have trees. Now, I want to separate this right off from NIMBYism, because that was brought up, because I think NIMBYism is without reason or cause, right? If there is an efficiency reason or a tax-based reason or something that, or transportation-oriented development is a good example, that dictates that you might want different types of developments in different areas, that is not NIMBYism. That is efficient use of resources. And that's what we want. And so first, I think I actually have control of this, right? I haven't used one of these in a long time. I teach on Zoom now. So let's see if I can figure this out. So I want to give you some background of these kinds of thoughts that we had on the Land Use Map Committee. How could we take those West Side policies and make them workable? And we had to think about a lot of different groups as we did so. We had to think about developers. We had to think about landowners. We had to think about existing residents. We had to think about the economy, transportation infrastructure, sewage infrastructure, all these things. And because of that, we did interpret things in certain ways in order to efficiently use our resources, create diversity not only of housing types, but of neighborhoods, and in order to meet the vision the best we could, to make it practical, right? And so this is the map that we came up with, and I just want to highlight a few features here. First of all, this map does have a diversity of housing types on it. If you look in the corner here where there's the key and you add up those numbers, there's actually slightly more attached housing types, units of attached housing types than there are units of detached housing types. Okay. Now the acreage favors detached housing types, but the number of units favors attached housing types slightly, but it's pretty close to 1-to-1 ratio, which I think is a pretty good ratio for the area. Then you have to look at how these get allocated, because they do not get allocated evenly across the area, and that is purposeful. First of all, we looked at, okay, where can we have attached housing types that tend to be higher density and need more resources, such as infrastructure for traffic, public transportation access, et cetera. And we found two places that fit that bill. First of all, is right here around what is famously known as the Smith slot, right? In fact, the council has just approved a rezone of MDR for this area. This has good highway access. It has good connection to downtown. There's a bus line that runs along here and a couple arterials along it. And in this area, actually, Center Street has been planned in order to be widened, and so has Geneva. And so we felt like that was a good place for one of those higher density nodes, and perhaps some redevelopment in that area. The other place was Lakeview Parkway. Now, this really came from an analysis of the traffic patterns. If you look at Center Street, we are close to about 80% of the capacity of that street. I don't think anyone here wants to spend the millions of dollars it would cost to do the eminent domain and widen that street. However, if we put high density around this area, that's exactly what would have to happen. Traffic would get poor. This is an important arterial to get to the lake and to the airport. We would overwhelm this street, and then we would spend lots of money trying to fix that problem. So we kept lower densities in this kind of area in order to relieve that pressure.
Excuse me, Mr. Hill, I'm sorry for interrupting, but how much time do we have left in the 5 minutes? We're okay.
27 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Down here, then we have LDR, because we wanted to create a transportation corridor. We were told that a UVX kind of line could be built on this area. This area is designed to be a 4-lane road. It can handle the density more, okay? So just to finish up, I want to point out that we do get a diversity of housing types. It's not clicking forward, I think, because the timer is selected. Okay, I just want to point out that in our area, we have townhomes, apartments, mobile homes, small homes that are 800 square feet right here. It's a unique housing type. We have RA lots, we have R18, we have R10. In fact, the two new developments, this one is all single family homes, and this one would be, this is the one proposed tonight. However, this one is 6,000 square foot lots to 8,000 square foot lots, lower entry price, very different than what is being proposed here. Okay, so tonight, I hope that you will decide that we are getting diversity in the area, and it doesn't have to be on a single street or a single block level. A neighborhood level diversity will serve our needs and meet our community, and not use time and resources in order to make what I think is a minor improvement at a great cost from other areas. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Happy to answer any questions, leading or otherwise, if anyone has any. Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So your 1-to-1 number is assuming the 243 units go on the Smith's property?
It is. So let's see, let's go up. Oh, they took it off.
That's okay.
It's actually not including the Smith's property, because at the time that was commercial, but there was potential redevelopment. So they subtracted some units, added some units, that kind of thing.
So to clarify, the 1-to-1 does not include the 243 estimated units on the MDU.
It does not.
Okay.
Okay. At least I think so. Any other questions? Okay.
I just want to say thanks, Jonathan, for your time and effort.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We gave Mr. Hill 5 minutes because he's the neighborhood chair for the area, but we're going to, for public comment, we'll be giving 2 minutes per comment from here on out.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Becky Bogdan is an excuse me, neighborhood chair, as well as the area rep, I believe, for this area. So I would request that if she would like 5 minutes, that she be given that.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, so if I'm going to be classified as area rep, I did talk to Brian Taylor yesterday, and he does feel that there is already too many restrictions within the area as it is. Any further restrictions is not necessarily desired from that neighborhood. As far as we go, I have to thank Mr. Harding very, very much for being able to listen to us and for amending his proposal to some of our comments. But I'm still going to go ahead and put forth some of my comments. The LDR that is demonstrated here is from my neighborhood. And as you remember, it was very much contested. The whole time we're under the impression it would be 3 different housing types, not 3 different types of townhomes. And so what he's proposing here is more along the lines of what we were under the impression was going to go forward into this. And from my understanding, this was supposed to be a part of the written portion of the master plan that never did get done. So having said that, something like this is very favorable for the Lakewood neighborhood because it does put forth what the expectations were. As far as the residential goes, we do still have some farmers that still want to continue to farm or subdivide their lots so that their children can go ahead and build a home and farm. So we did do some tweaks in that so that parcels that were going to be under 10 acres would go ahead and be excluded, or certain things could happen where they would be able to do their desires for their property and not have to be forced into different sizes of lots or being forced into maintaining a rental property. With that being said, during some of those exercises that we did, it was a filling of some of the areas, for some of the neighborhood chairs, that even a 30-acre lot with 4 units to the acre couldn't get very good variety of housing types. Any questions for me? Oh, I guess one last point I did bring up. I was talking to a city planner when I took them around for tours, and it was mentioned that not all developers have the ability to do a variety of housing types. Some of the bigger developers like Horton very much can have that ability. Some of the smaller ones don't. And I think it would be sad if we just limited who could develop in Southwest Provo. Thank you.
Thank you. We're open for public comment.
Mr. Chair, while she's walking up, we have 3 people waiting on Zoom.
Okay, we'll start alternating.
Patient.
Okay, well, let's do one from Zoom and then we'll come back to you. How's that? So let's see, I've got to get my screen open. So it looks like Jesse would be next on Zoom.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Jesse Busker, and I live in the SDP 3 zoning area, just immediately south of the development. I just wanted to kind of go over some of the things that I feel are important regarding to this design implementation as well. In the SDP 3 development immediately south, some of the things that it was designed for is to act as a transition between the urban development and large tract agricultural land. The zone allows for 1-family residential developments, but they need to be on half-acre lot minimum with a maximum of 2 units per acre. They need to have like a 27 square foot minimum with a yard of not less than 30 feet from the road. One of the things that I was noticing in looking at this proposal is the surrounding areas to each part of this development. To the east, there's 3 dwellings per gross acre, even though it's in spite of the R110 zoning. To the west is a new multi-lane road that's going to connect to Center Street and the west side of Provo High and up to the Provo-Orem border. Farther west is the river and other Provo City land that is not planned for development. To the north is a parcel owned by other government. It's becoming a park at one point. And to the north of that is the river delta. The development is essentially surrounded and landlocked by existing structures and other projects. The opportunity to transition to anything is the undevelopable land. Provo's vision of 2050 says that they encourage new 1-family detached neighborhoods with a limited amount of undeveloped land remaining. The focus of the land is to be on the quality rather than quantity. The other objective is to encourage site-specific designs to take into account the uniqueness of the surroundings. The Westside Development Policies begins with a declaration. The purpose of the policies is to guide development in order to promote a smart, sustainable, vibrant community that offers a high quality of life for current and future residents while respecting Provo's agricultural heritage. With the version of the document that I have seen, many of those things are full of phrases like could be satisfied and might be and may include and encouraged to. The problem that I have with this is that it feels like it is being a unyielding fixation on requiring multi-unit structures to be built based exclusively on this idea rather than following the verbiage of it might be a good idea to have variety. in my opinion, the variety does not fit in this area that is surrounded and is not transitioning to anything.
Thank you. We'll come back to take our next comment in person.
Chriselle Travis, I work for DR Horton. Ours was an example up there of one that had been approved. I also wanted to let you know that I've been following this since 2015, 2016. I started on those committees. I've been watching. We wanted to do something, and we can do a proponent. We can do a mix of housing. It does take a large piece of land to be able to do that. So it's not as applicable to the small parcels that are maybe here in some of the areas on the south side. I would support the staff's recommendation to take this back to Planning Commission and give them some time. I think part of our frustration with not being able to develop, I was very excited when the Southwest area map got passed, because as the Fort Union chair, I forgot his last name, but Jonathan, sorry, has said, I think that your map does allow for diversity of housing. The policies, however, restrict that and are unclear. I think we need some more clear direction as to what needs to be said. So I think that Mr. Harding's proposal is good, but I think we need to take the time to allow staff to give us that text amendment that was supposed to come with that map, so that the developer community has direction and can follow it and make what has to happen on the south side happen. And developers and cities work together, and we're more than happy to help things move forward. But it's hard right now with the tools that are in your box on the southwest side. I have an active proposal right now where I feel like what I've put forward fits the map, but it doesn't fit the policies. And so I'm being cut down in density, and I'm being forced to put a blanket that is only 1/4 acre lots, where I'm on a corner where I should have some LDR, and there should be some cottage lots. There should be some other diversity of housings. But what's happening is I'm being pushed to an LDR in this spot, and I'm being spot zoned to a residential R10 or R8 in this spot. And I can't make a community that is cohesive. It's all under LDR or all under a master plan where I can have open space. I can give quality of life. I can do those things. We need policies that can have that happen. And I think staff needs to be allowed to have that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, question for Crystal. Hey, just curious, as a developer, what would be, how many acres would this be, would Mr. Harding's proposal be practical for? Like what size?
So we currently have a proposal for, it's owned by JLC, but it's 55 acres. It has commercial, it has LDR, and it has the residential. It blends then to the north into your residential agricultural. And if there's some shifting and interpretation, it needs to be large enough to be a master plan. I don't know that 50 acres is a magic number, but most cities for master plans require something around the 50 acre stance. You can see things as large as 500 or 5,000 acres to come up with those kinds of things. But you can do it probably on 25 or 30 if you're creative and you have the tools to be allowed to do that. I don't think the tools are in the box right now to do that.
What do you mean by a tool? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So tools for me are, what's the building height? What's the type of housing that's supposed to be? Does LDR require 20%?
Okay. So more flexibility.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And some openness on density interpretation. I know that the intent is to have 4 acres all across the Southwest area plan. I think that does a disservice to the community at this point, in the fact that we're failing at providing enough housing for Utah. We have not been able to reach the peak like in 2008 for what was produced by our developers in building permits. We were pulling 16,000 plus building permits back in 2008. We have not made that happen again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan.
Can I ask you a question as well about developments? just an observation, and I don't have the data for it, but my observation is that many of these multi-unit developments, whether they're townhomes or apartments or pretty much in those areas rather than single-family homes, it seems the vast majority of them are meant for lease and not for sale. What is the economics around that?
So it just depends on the market and what they dictate. With the housing numbers, you've heard them tonight, what they're selling for. Townhomes are selling for $380,000+. That then pushes people to the rental option, or it's not an option, a need, right? Which then dictates for our housing market a need for more leasable properties. And certain developers do only for rent kind of things. We have a plethora. For rent is in our artillery as well, but we prefer to, and our goal here in Utah is to provide housing for people that can live there and not rent.
I ask because, I'm not atypical in that I have a couple of adult children that are out, on their own, and they're paying more in their rent than I'm paying in my mortgage.
Right.
And so they're looking at saying, why can't I have more product to buy as opposed to just rent?
Correct. And I think that if density wasn't such a sensitive subject, we could all achieve things a little bit more timely. It's taken us, I've been in this development industry for longer than I'd like to admit on public record. But I've watched entitlement process go from 3 months where I could come in, get it done, get it off, to now it's taking 2 years to come before somebody to get an approval, because there's just so many hurdles that have to be crossed. And in the shortage that we've got, we need to find a way to all come together and work so that we can all achieve a goal in building a city and providing houses. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore.
I'm going to ask the representative from DR Horton to reassume the podium if she would once again. In my mind, there seems to be a dichotomy evolving. Again, maybe just my mind, but the idea is, do you force diversity on each neighborhood and say each neighborhood ought to have a mix of housing, or do you accomplish diversity by having diverse neighborhoods? That is, neighborhoods that are more just one or two types of housing, and another neighborhood has different kinds of housing. I was struck by the fact that Daybreak, which had over 2,000 acres, 4,000 acres, did not mandate multiple types of diverse housing in each neighborhood. Correct. Rather, what Daybreak did in their master planning, they had, I guess they called them pods, but discrete neighborhoods, and the diversity came from the different neighborhoods as opposed to mandating different types of housing in every neighborhood. What are your thoughts on that?
Daybreak is a unique situation. I like the diversity of housing that happens there for the most part, but I think there is some dichotomy when you've got a townhome right next to $1 million mansion. That doesn't always work. And so it's a unique situation in the way it's administered as well. And it is achievable because they had 4,000 acres and one developer. It's hard to achieve when you've got 2,400 acres, which is what's on the south side, and you're going to have 100 developers or whatever it might be. There are policies and plans that can be achieved that way. I'm familiar with out in Saratoga Springs, they have what they call a community plan, which again has one mass large ownership, but brings different developers to the table based on a decision and a bucket of density that then gets dispersed and tracked. Very similar to what you have on the southwest area side. You've kind of got a bucket that said I had 2,400 acres and you've calculated this many density pieces, and you just need to track that, okay, we've put this here and we've put that there. But I do see that in that system, some people may not get their fair share of the density because it can funnel out and not be filtered and done as well. But Daybreak is unique. And we haven't seen anything like that be successful in other areas.
But my point is that they had all the flexibility in the world.
Right.
They had control over 4,000 acres, and some very bright developers decided that they did not want to force multiple mixed housing types into every neighborhood.
Right.
Got to be a moral to that story somewhere.
Well, and I don't know how to answer it right off the spur of my head. I apologize, but the market has a lot to do with what happens out in Daybreak as well. It does bring a diversity and it attracts a certain type of buyer to that area because they want the amenities, they want that lifestyle. And I think that there's the ability to do that on the southwest side if policies and densities and maps are all aligned. But right now, I think we have some competing statements that make it hard to bring that to fruition.
Thank you.
Mr. Filmer, if I might, I think one of the challenges, and I spend a lot of time in Daybreak, and I think one of the things that makes Daybreak very different and easier to have that diversity in the way they do is because of the sheer size of their land base, right? And I think the challenge I think Mr. Harding's trying to figure out is how to deal with the smaller properties that we have. I think we had at one point we identified we only had about 600 something acres left in the city to develop, and versus Daybreak's nearly 10,000 acres.
I appreciate the fact that Daybreak was starting from scratch, right? And we don't have that luxury.
Councilors, I have a question for you. So we're after 9 o'clock. We've still got staff members here. And I don't have a good sense of when we're going to be finished at our current trajectory. So I'm wondering if we need to sort of set a cutoff time that if we're not done by such and such a time, that we're just going to continue the discussion at our next meeting. What do you think?
I think that's great. I'd really want those who have been waiting to be able to make their public comment.
Yeah.
I know I kind of started that little firestorm there. So, but yeah, definitely. I think that's wise.
Okay. And we'll try to get through the rest of the public comment as quick as we can, but any thoughts on the cutoff time to continue? 9:30, 10, what?
9:30.
9:30.
Certainly before midnight.
Okay.
Well, before 11, we got a hockey game.
Okay. Is 9:30 agreeable with most of the council? Mr. Jones?
Sure. So I was just going to mention too, I don't know where anybody's at on this, but council discussion does not have to end before motions can be made. So for instance, if there's a council member out there who already knows that their thought process about where this should go is referring it to the planning commission, they can make that motion the second that public comment.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So,
But how long will we have public comment? Until 9:30?
Mr. Sewell?
Yes.
I just, on the end date time, I just want you to know my over under for this meeting was 9:30. But 10:30 is when I have to be at hockey. So just so you know.
All right, let's go for 9:30 if that's agreeable. Then we would like to wrap up this meeting by 5:30. Let's get through the rest of public comment as quickly as we can and allow a few minutes to see if we have any motion that'll settle this. And if not, then we'll just continue at our next meeting. Okay.
Mr. Sewell, I'll remind you that after this item, there is one more item.
I am aware of that.
Okay.
But,
I was reminded, so I thought I'd remind you.
all right, let's plow ahead. Jamie Martin, please unmute your microphone and give your name and city of residence. You have maximum of 2 minutes to make your comments. And the shorter, the better at this point. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name's Jamie Martin, and I totally agree with what Jonathan and Jesse have said. I feel like there's also this idea of mixed housing being forced on residents of this area, and I don't think that's a good idea. I feel like some city council members are pushing their own agenda, and I have lived in multiple, probably all different types of housing. I've lived in 2 different townhome communities. I've lived in apartments. I've lived in single family homes. I moved to this area specifically for the type of home that would be that I'm living in. That would then, the proposal being behind me, having it be mixed, is not conducive to this neighborhood. It's doesn't match the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm all for mixed, but there's also a time and place, and I don't believe that this is the right place for it. And I do feel like it's being forced, and I don't know why people that don't live in this area are telling us how it, like, what's best. None of the residents want it. If you like look at the different meetings that have been going on, overwhelmingly the majority has been, we don't want that, we don't want that here. But there's been 2 council members that push what they want, and they don't live here. And I feel that it's not serving our community if the residents don't want it. And the infrastructure of the traffic doesn't fit. There's already been like sewage issues, and I know that's been worked on, but there's certain areas that the high density housing and mixed housing fit, and it doesn't fit in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move back to the council chambers for our next comment.
Thank you. My name is Rick Smith. I'm a resident of Provo. I live in the Fort Utah neighborhood. And I was on the committee that created the land use map. The fact that the land use map that we created has such a different interpretation than what's being proposed in the intent statement, I think clearly demonstrates that the council should not rush into a decision on this without careful consideration of the proposal and the different viewpoints on this. And I feel like that's what's happening tonight, is we're trying to rush through something. I think that there are potential unintended consequences that haven't even been explored yet. I'd be interested in finding out if there's any other community in the state of Utah that has any sort of ordinances as are being proposed in this intent statement. And if so, have they functioned well or not? I don't know if there's anything out there like that, but that's the kind of information that I think is missing from this. And I think that the public input is absolutely missing. For us to come together as a committee representing the public and talking to our neighbors and so forth, to view this so differently than this intent statement, I think clearly shows that there's not a consensus by any stretch of the imagination on what the council should adopt. So please don't rush into this tonight. This deserves much more careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll now go back to Zoom. Rachel Pollock, please unmute your microphone and give your name and city of residence. You have up to 2 minutes to make your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so my name is Rachel Pollock. I live in the Fort Utah neighborhood as well, right close to Jonathan and Jesse. And I think I just want to second what has been said already by the people of our community, that I think we have a very different understanding of what that plan was laid out to be versus what maybe the council is wanting to say it should be. And I think for us, we felt more like not every neighborhood should have mixed housing and development. It doesn't always fit in every neighborhood, and that the plan as was laid out more by the people who did the map and what they were thinking, I think is more in lines with what I'm thinking, and my neighbors as well, as I've talked to them, that there are some areas that will just be single family homes and then other areas that will be a mix, but they're laid out, they're not every development is a mixed development. Also, it was discussed earlier for a proposal, and the city council felt like what they were asking was too high of a density for that area. And I would say for this development that's going in, mixed housing is too high of a density for that area, and that the single family home should be considered for that. And it's one of the few times I've seen that the neighborhood actually likes what the developer is bringing and wants that, and the city council is trying to force us to do something different that we don't want and we don't feel will meet those needs. So I agree this needs more time, some clarification, but I think leaning more on the side of what the neighborhood thinks it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here that would like to comment?
Aaron McCullough. I live in Provo, and I will be much briefer than 2 minutes because I want to go home just like the rest of you. My request is that you either A, which was, I think the fourth option is do nothing. The status quo, I believe, is sufficient in the map. I was on the second committee, the second of the two committees that brought us the map. I believe that the diversity that we're all looking for is achieved by the map. And I worry that we're getting into, and I'm going to coin the phrase, you can wear it as a badge of honor if you want, harding CC&Rs, covenants, codes, and restrictions that work well in a neighborhood, but that I don't believe work well on a greater, area map type thing. So my request is to leave the map and continue to follow the map and do nothing. If I don't get my wish there, then my request is to study the heck out of this thing and keep the dialogue moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Zoom. Ross Martin, please unmute your microphone and give your name and city of residence. You have up to 2 minutes to make your comments.
There we go. All right, there we go. Thank you, everyone. I just want to make a quick comment and support Aaron and Rick and Jonathan and the other guys that the other people who were on these committees who I feel like already went through a ton of this analysis and thought through a lot of these issues and they came up with these plans. And they came up with the map, like Aaron said, and now we're saying, no, it should be interpreted differently, or at least that's what Mr. Harding has said. And obviously there's disagreement over how certain things should be interpreted, but if you just look at it from that perspective, it's hard to gain consensus on a small development. I think it'd be very difficult to come up with policies that were fair for, the entire, I think they said 2,600 acres on the west side of Provo. And so, yeah, I'm all for Aaron's proposal of leave it as a status quo. I think every specific area of West Provo has different issues that are unique to it. And each one needs to be considered in its own scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the chambers. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment here? Not seeing any. I'll go back to Zoom for one last call. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to make a comment? Not seeing any, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for comment and discussion. Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, but I'd like to make a brief comment first. I would just say, I think the fact that there's so many different interpretations of what should be happening with the plan is evidence that we need clarifications. So I do want to make sure that the public understands that there's a need for those clarifications. Whether or not they like them is obviously a fair argument and debate to have, but I do think we've stood in need of those clarifications. And, you know, if we don't get them, we may be stuck with huge blocks of homogeneous types of developments next to each other, which I don't think is ideal. I personally don't see these calls for a little bit more mixed housing types as anything drastic or dramatic. I think we're talking about very modest measures that I think actually help to integrate neighborhoods a little better, but that's a longer discussion. I have a close family member who actually is a sort of small scale developer, and he tells me that 5 to 10 acres is plenty for a smaller developer to work with to come up with some mixed housing types, as long as the process of permitting and so on isn't onerous, right? It could, if we make it onerous as a city and very, very expensive, then that can be cost prohibitive. But normally, if the zoning is right and the message is clearly sent by a city, that's a very attractive option for smaller scale developers. I think the Planning Commission is the right place to get clarifications on these issues. So I'd like to just send what has been drafted by Mr. Harding and say, the council is seeking your recommendations as to whether or not clarifications are needed for the West Side Plan. Here was an early attempt by us to start that process, but I think even though I agree with Mr. Harding that these are clarifications, they have pretty significant implications and ramifications, enough that I think we need Planning Commission's input on this. So that's my motion, is that we submit this to the Planning Commission as a draft and request them to come back to us with their formal recommendations, go through that formal process, and then have that come back to us.
We have a motion by Mr. Handley,
I'll second that.
second by Councillor Ellsworth.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
It's quick. It sounds like what we're asking the Planning Commission to do is kind of be a tiebreaker between the intent of a map and the intent of the policy statements. If we're totally comfortable with the Planning Commission either slightly tweaking the map or slightly tweaking the policies or slightly tweaking both so they converge, then I think we should move forward and let them create a recommendation. But if we think that should be done by the council or with the staff without the Planning Commission, then maybe there's a different route.
But you obviously recommend the Planning Commission route.
I do, absolutely. I think they're competent and capable citizens.
Thank you. Brief discussion on the motion. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. It's an interesting comment. I actually think that the policies, can be interpreted broad enough that it can, as well as the map. They both could be. I think they can both be aligned, and they can both be interpreted looking for this mix across the entire Southwest area, and they could be interpreted, to call for mixture on a much finer level. But basically, I have no problem. I mean, really, the intent statement basically just asks for those recommendations. So if we want to send the whole statement there, I'm perfectly fine with that. I was just trying to move things along and just give that clarification, because, I was part of the council who adopted the map, and I adopted it with one interpretation, and we just were not getting rezone proposals that aligned with my understanding of that. So I just wanted to get that clarification. I'm happy to support sending it. The biggest thing though is we had this in 2018, or 2.5 years later, and that's my one fear is how long is it going to take to get back? And as I've advocated for more resources for our planning division, so they could be moving these things forward quicker. So I'm not blaming anyone, but I just don't want to be, the council to be 2.5 years later, still asking these questions. And then that brings up the bigger thing. But it does sound like we've got a commitment that this will move quicker than that. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited to get it done. As Ms. Bogdan brought up, the actual text, the Southwest area plan, the text of that, it'd be great to get that done because it's been a long time coming. The biggest question for me is what is done in the meantime. For a long time, I said, I don't like it, but I think it's just unfair to the developers to not pass this because they got it in before these things were approved. But I'm kind of done with that. And I don't want to see developments that don't have a mixture of housing types be approved in the meantime while we are while the planning commission is preparing the recommendations.
Thank you. Are we okay to vote on the motion? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Now, Mr. Jones, we do have one more item. Am I correct in assuming that in order to not go through the public comment and everything, we would need a motion to actually continue that?
Yes, that would be true. Yeah, because the handbook provides regarding the rule for the automatic continuance with two counselors, that happens after public comment. So if you want to continue it beforehand, a motion would be appropriate.
Thank you. And I apologize to the developer, but given the time, it looks like we're looking to continue that item for the next night, but I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Councillor Ellsworth, second by Councillor Shipley. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. The last item is continued to our next meeting. And unless there is any objection, we will adjourn for this evening. Thank you very much for your patience, all of you who were involved.
That was the fastest second.